Well, happy Friday, everyone. You know what that means. Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you are gracing us with your presence, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answers, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. As always, guys, I'm coming to you guys on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and for the 3 people that are on Twitter, you guys are also covered too. So I also see folks here on the gram as well hanging out. And tonight's a special night because for the first hour, and I hope you guys read the description, for the first hour, Lee Purcell from Real Rollers is gracing us with his presence. We're going to talk, we're going to still answer questions, obviously. We're going to do all the normal stuff, but also he's going to, chat about whatever questions you guys have as far as, real mowers and I'm sure some other fun stuff. So let's see if through the magic of technology, I can make this happen. Let's see. Lee, you there?
I'm here.
How you doing, awesome. Ron? Yeah, man. How's it going? How's the season been for you? How's everything been going?
Wow, it's been a hot one. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
it's been fun. We've had such a great year. 2023 has been so much fun. Constantly trying to be a resource for the community and for folks that are interested in real mowing and having that great turf. So thank you for having me. Truly, I think it's been about a year. So I'm always on here watching, but to be on here live is always a pleasure. So thanks.
Always, yeah. Thanks for coming to hang out, man. Yeah, well, I'm sure. And here's the thing: you got to get ready because I get a lot of questions. And now that you're here, I'm sure they're going to rough you up a little bit. So just be prepared for that. This bunch, I can't vouch for them. They're gonna, they're kind of a mind of their own.
There's been some cool things that have happened since the last time around. Technology and different mowers on the market and different products. So welcome to take the balls. Throw them at me.
Cool. Nice. Nice. All right. So let's see who we have in the live stream. First of all, we got our super chats. Let me take care of those first. We got Mr. Archie Amos starting out with our super chat.
Super chat received.
Thank you so much, Archie. Says, let's roll LG. No sleep in the night. Hit me. So Archie, I believe based on that, you are our show sponsor. So let me get you up there. Your name in lights, whatever that means to you. And then LG, not to be deterred. I think LG answered you. Yeah, he did. He's funny. And this is LG.
Super chat received.
He's like, I can never hit a guy with glasses on. See, LG just has no behavior. None whatsoever. But you also had a question, Archie. You said, evening, young man. Just thinking, are there any advantages of putting down carbonized PN and essential G together? Also, what's a suggestion for getting rid of Pythium? I probably spelled it wrong. So yeah, so the first question, are there any advantages of doing carbonized PN and essential G? Not necessarily, because you think about it, essential G is basically a carbonized PN with several other ingredients in a prill form. The benefit of carbonized PN is if you were top dressing, I like it better than essential G. If you're planting ornamentals or you're putting in new sod, I like carbonized PN. It's a little bit more challenging to spread, but the products are fairly similar. That doing them both at the same time, I don't say would be strictly necessary. You're not going to hurt anything, but in most cases, people do eat one or the other. Now, as far as your other question around suggestions for getting rid of Pythium, there's a couple ways you can go about it. There is a fungicide called Subdue. I think Syngenta makes it, and the active ingredient in it is mefenoxam. So you can use that. That is a really good option for Pythium. Alternatively, you can also go with just Pillar SC. So if you look on the golf course lawn store, if you go to shop and then our fungicide insecticide section, and if you look at everything that Pillar SC is labeled to control, Pythium is on there. So there you go. You got Pythium blight and root dysfunction. So for both of those, Pillar SC has control in addition to all these other lawn diseases. So, if it were me, I would go with Pillar, but also Subdue is an option as well for controlling Pythium in your lawn. So I will I'll send you a link here in the chat. Either one of those will work well, and hopefully that helps. Again, thank you so much for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. All right, Lee. So cool, so man. So tell me what's been new, what's been going on. I know you've been working on some new products, some new toys. The turf park. You sent me some pictures, guys, and I gotta tell you,
Let's remember it wasn't a bad place.
It was in a bad place. We don't have the before, but the after looks really good. Let me see here. I've got this shot here, drone shot of the turf park. You can look at that color, looking really good. And I got to tell you guys, I was there today, and I'm someone that's always kind of given El Toro Zoysia a bad rap. I was like, it looks kind of like St. Augustine. What's so good about it? But today, man, the color today, like this picture really doesn't do it justice. At some point, I'm gonna have to come back over there and take some pictures of it, of the two Zoysia plots, because the Zoysia, if you actually can see the difference. Look at the left. The left is the El Toro. The middle is, what is that, Xeon, Lee?
Xeon, yep.
Xeon, and then the right is Bermuda. And really, in that order, the El Toro's looking the best, the Xeon is second, and then the Bermuda is a distant third. So it's Zoysia is kicking. It's doing really good this time of year. So good stuff. Really cool.
The third year we've had those turf plots, and I think you and I were talking about it. It needs to be thinned out a good bit. It's starting to get really, really thick. And I think that's a challenge a lot of people are having this time of year, especially in July and August, where the grass is so dense that you really need to help thin it out and help it in the long term survive and do much better. Especially like our Bermuda plot, it needs to be scalped down, and we talked about that today. It needs a reset. It's just gotten too fluffy.
Too fluffy, and because you keep raising the height of cut, and you're still getting some scalping, and that's a good sign that it's time to just do a reset, take the hit to green, and it'll come back. We still got plenty of season left to where it should green back up and still look nice.
Yep, for
good
sure.
Stuff. All right, next up we got Mr. Andrew Phillips. He says, "Hey Ron, and thank God it's Friday. After a series of bad news on the job front, but coming here gets me happy. Received Yard of the Month yesterday, so big thanks to you. Sent photos. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, so Andrew did send some pictures before the show. See if I can find them. So this is his shot number one. Remember, and Andrew, I got to qualify this. Andrew's in Texas. In Texas right now, there's not getting much rain. There's a lot of people, irritated over that. And despite that, my man still got yard of the month. I mean, that turf looks good. That's picture 1. Picture 2, you can see yard of the month right there, front and center. It's looking clean. I mean, the cut looks really good. Gotta admit, man, especially given the drought conditions you guys are dealing with in Texas. Very well done. We clap it up for you.
Looks really good.
Nice work. Nice work, right? Looking solid. Looking solid. And then as far as great looking lawns, Lee also sent me some pictures of the of his back lawn. So again, guys and gals in Texas, don't be upset. We're in Georgia. We have a cheat code. We're actually getting rain, so you have to kind of qualify our lawns, right? You have little asterisks, but that's his lawn. At the I think you're double cutting that. That looks really good.
Oh, double wide stripes.
Double wide stripes. Yeah, it looks really good. Picture 1, and then another shot. Looking fire, man. Looking really, really nice. Nice.
Excited about it. It's been a fun year on the turf.
Nice. Yeah, good stuff. It's funny. Well, I'll get into that later. I'll wait for you to bring that up. I'll wait. I got another super chat here. Let me go grab that really quick from Mr. Ben Raham. So Archie, Ben is coming at you, man. Thank you so much, Ben.
Super chat received.
He says, "Hey Ron, thanks for hosting these as usual. Hi Lee. 2 questions. How long will you be keeping parts for my old C25 available? I would get a new 27, but my Honda may run forever. Second, what's the date for this year's turf party? Hi, Archie and LG. Cheers."
That's great. So let's start with the turf party one. That's easier. The True Cut one can be a little more difficult. So with the turf party, we're going to have one this spring. Last year we did it in the fall, and I think it'd be exciting to do it here in the spring with a lot of momentum, and people have a lot of excitement going into the season. So we'll probably be hosting one. My plan is to do it in middle March, right about the time the grass is starting to green up here in Georgia. But you got to be careful because there's a window where sometimes it's too cold too long. Especially this spring, it got warm and it tricked us. In February we had some heat and we thought we were coming out of dormancy, and then it went into a month-long pause of cold weather again. So this was a weird year with the turf here in Georgia.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely host one in March or April. It's so much fun to do them. I mean, we have so much fun meeting the customers that we've known by name, and also having an opportunity to try different mowers and try different grasses and try different things. And that's part of the reason why I think my turf part gets a little more stressed than most is on a random day, we may just scalp the whole thing for fun just to show a customer that it'll survive. So It doesn't get the regular treatment that other properties do. So it's usually a challenge to try to keep that park looking great, because sometimes we'll experiment with certain parts of it to see what works best for the turf. So that's a great question. True Cut. This has been True Cut. Great mower. Let's start there. We all know that's a great mower for residential use. It is a tremendous mower. I think this year especially has been challenging to get parts and mowers from True Cut, but it was only, I guess it was on Wednesday, I spoke to their CEO and wanted to reaffirm what does the next 12 months look like. And he was really bullish. They recognize that they've had some challenges with supply chain and really them being able to produce parts and mowers that are True Cut. But at the same time, they're very process oriented. They've invested a lot of money into streamlining the True Cut. And I think in the end, coming into next spring, next summer, based on the robotics that they've bought for welders and the press machines they bought, I mean, they've invested a lot of money into this. I truly do believe that giving an off season, they'll have an opportunity to really get those parts back up. I don't think we'll see the Honda GX engine come back and be the standard on the True Cut. I think that Champ engine is going to be kind of their main direction. And I know in speaking with them, the focus will be on the 27-inch mower way more than the 25 or 20, just because of volume. They want to try to tackle the biggest beast first. So I do have confidence that they're going to come back, because all year long we've had customers looking for parts, looking for mowers, and it's just been a little bit of a challenge this year. So I do believe they're trying to do their best. Sometimes it's harder than we think. And when you speak to them, they invest a lot of money into making a part and it doesn't come out exactly right. You have to start all over, and it can really set you back.
I
So
hear
I
you.
believe at
Cool.
the end, your question about the 25, we'll have parts next spring for all the True Cut mowers. I think the new mowers will mainly be 27s, based on what I understand.
Gotcha.
Great
Cool.
question.
So there you go, Ben. Yeah. So you got all your you got everything else. I knew the turf park party was going to come up at some point, so we got that one. We got that one done already. And Ben, thank you so much for the super chat. You are now the show sponsor, so your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Appreciate it. Good stuff. All right, next up we have Mr. Alvaridum. He says, Happy Friday, Ron. After laying down Celsius and certainty this morning, how many hours before mowing again? Your website says 2 days, but the example says given says it could be applied Saturday and then mowed Tuesday, 48 plus hours. Exactly. So really 2 days, Oliver. So I mean, 48 hours, 2 days is like the same thing. So I'd say if you applied it, we'll use Monday to make it easy. If you applied it if a Monday morning, you could give it all of Monday, all of Tuesday, and if you wanted to start mowing Wednesday, that would be okay. You know what I mean? I mean, you really want to give it enough time for it to be taken up by the weeds that you're targeting for best results. So I'd say the kind of like what is on the website, 2 days. That's what you're after. So really, once it dries, you're good to re-enter the lawn and do whatever you want to do on it. But if you can, I would refrain from mowing for a couple of days to really allow it for the plant to really take it up. Because what's going to happen then is you give it a couple of days. Say you're targeting, say spurge, and that's it. That's what you got in your lawn. What happens is once it takes that up and it begins to injure the plant, when you mow it, it's going to have a harder time growing, coming back. You see what I'm saying? So you really want to give it a bit of time to work. So hope that helps, sir. If you have any other questions, let me know. It's a great question. Like the fact that you're, it makes me happy that people are actually reading the Q&A that I wrote for each one of the products. So that's actually nice. So believe it or not, it took a lot of work to do that. So good stuff. All right. Next up, we got Jackie Bear. He says, Brother Ron, have an excellent stream, sir. Thanks for calling me out last weekend about lurking. I holler. You do lurk, man. Literally, I will schedule this typically on a Wednesday, and you're always there like, hey, man, are you really here? I'm like, yeah, I'm really here. What's going on? He's like, so literally we'll chat back and forth a little while, and then you'll show up again on Friday. So yeah, I appreciate all the love and support. It really does mean a lot. All right, next up we got C. Pims. He says, what's happening, Ron? Hope your Friday has been well. Watching some baseball and, of course, tuning in for a great live stream tonight. Well, it's a good one. It's a good one. We got, Lee here. He's going to talk to us about, turf and rollers. And, I'm sure there's going to be some other cool stuff he's going to talk about. So make sure you guys stay tuned. We only have him for the first hour. That's what he's committed to. And we'll so make sure you guys are here to be able to take advantage of that. And Colin, you sent me some pictures too. So to show off another great lawn. So first of all, this is him rocking. Oh, no, wrong one. This is him rocking that shirt that he won a couple of weeks ago, the Greatness from the Ground Up shirt. And I gotta say, sir, as far as mowing, it's not a real mower, but that form is on point. The arms are out. The lawn looks good. I mean, you get your bag in. I like a lot of what I'm seeing there. It's looking really good.
Good.
And then
good technique.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can't hate the technique. It's not a real mower, but you can't hate the technique. Technique is on fire, right? And then next, he's got his edge. He's showing off his clean edge lines. I'd give that. That's pretty solid, man. I got to give that. That's pretty good.
I'd be curious. What's he using? I wonder. Is that the rotary scissors, or is that just good work with the string?
That's the thing is, I'm gonna say, looking at this, if I were a man, that could be a string. It could be rotary scissors. Could be a string. I'm gonna lean towards. It could be. I don't know, dude. It's hard to say. There's a little bit, if you look about halfway down, there's a little bit of wave in there, which kind of would lead me to feel like there could be, we're nitpicking, right? It could be a string. Because I would think a stick edger would be straighter, and the rotary scissors should also be straight. It still looks, we're really splitting here
Great edge.
on this.
Great edge.
Yeah, great edge. Good, well done. And then finally, his front lawn where he did some top dressing work. Also looking good, sir. Overall, great work. Lawn looks awesome. Thank you for sending the pictures. Really, really do appreciate it. All right. Robert Rainey's up saying, good evening, all. What's going on, Robert? And then Papa Mo's Low. Papa Mo's Low was at the turf park party last year, if you remember him. Yep. Yeah. So
Absolutely.
What's going on? Papa Mo's Low. And then Thaddeus B says, let's go. Let's get it. Doug says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. And then finally, Jason Harrison says, happy Friday, lawn friends. Mid-month liquids going down this weekend. Getting my game plan together for fall treatments. Same, man. This weekend, I am getting my my carbon kit applied, and also, of course, you guys know, you know, the middle of the month, so it's happy times. It's time for it's time for that good. The primo is going down as well too. So there's that. I need it this time of year, man. The grass is growing so fast. Gotta have it. Gotta have it. So that takes care of some of those. Let's see. Andrew says LG would bust up knuckles pretty good, and then Papa Mo's Low says Happy Friday, Ron and Lee. Spurs took over one of my flower beds. I really tend too much. I sprayed Celsius yesterday and it's already getting smoked. I didn't expect it to work that soon. The big thing you're going to find, Papa Mo's Low, is temperature. When it comes to herbicides, they, more temperature, they tend to work quite a bit faster, which is why you'll see on a lot of the labels, there's restrictions. For most, as a general rule, 85 degrees is what you'll find on most herbicides, saying, hey, above 85 degrees, don't spray them unless you're willing to tolerate some injury. Celsius and Certainty don't really have that. There aren't really any labeled temperature restrictions. I've sprayed them quite a bit hotter than that. Like the video that I have on Celsius and Certainty, it was in the mid 90s when I made that video, and I got no discoloration from it. As long as you are, you're making a single pass, you really shouldn't get a lot of discoloration with the product. The thing that I found, people that tend to get discoloration when they use that combination is if they are heavy-handed with the surfactant, that can do it. That will cause you to get a little bit of temporary discoloration. But if you use an adequate amount, which really doesn't take very much, you're able to spray Celsius and or Certainty at higher temperatures than you could say like 2,4-D with far less chance of injuring the turf. So glad to hear you're getting good results. Good stuff. All right, so next up, we got a question for Lee. Mr. Robert Rainey is up next. He says, hey, Lee, can we get a 220 grit lapping compound? What say you?
Absolutely. That's easy.
That's easy?
If the demand is there, we'll start off and throw it out as an offering for 2024. Robert, we'll go out and source it and get some made because we get our compound made for us. So we'll go out and see if they'll give us a 220, which I know they have available. We just didn't know there was a demand for it. So what do you say? My commitment to you, Robert, know you will, is to we'll get that posted on the website here by January 1st, because it'll take a little bit just to make sure those guys get it done right and we can test it. And we'll see if it flies. I didn't know there was a demand, so that's easy. Absolutely.
Yeah, 220. I mean, here's the thing. Robert he's very particular. He's got like a John Deere. We forgive him for that. It's still a great greens mower, and he actually won the competition, the Stripes competition. So he's very, very particular. This man owns like a Prism gauge. As far as like lawn care nerd, he's more of a lawn nerd than I think even than I am in some ways. I mean, he has like all the toys, so he probably.
I'd be curious, does he just backlap only with the 220, or does he start with the 80 and go to a 220 to finish? That's
knowing him, he's probably going to go to like an 80, and then what is it, a 120? You have a 120 already?
120.
He's probably going to go 80, and then 120. He's like, oh, it's not quite sharp enough. I got to spend a little time here with the 220. He's that kind of person. He's that guy. But his lawn looks awesome too. So you can't hate on him.
We'll give it a run and we'll see if there's demand for it. We'll definitely offer it. That's our goal. I mean, when I think about what we really want to do, just as a whole with the company. Mm-hmm. The only single goal is to make real mowing easier and more accessible. Like that is like really the heart and soul of what we started Real Rollers for. And that's to make it easier because it's such a great result and it's such a great therapy. And, there's so much gratification you get from, having a great looking lawn. The biggest challenge is maintaining the equipment, making sure it works well. And that's the hurdle we're trying to make go away or try to make it as easy on people as possible so more people will get into realizing how great real mowing is for turf. That's really the goal. Every product we've launched, I think about it before this call. I mean, literally every product we've launched has been to solve a problem to make real mowing easier. Our backlap adapters, our compound, the grass topper, the mower stand, the height of cut sticker, the front rollers, everything we've done, the spanner wrench that has the box end on the back end, everything had an intent to try to make a pain that I have felt or customers have conveyed while real mowing or maintaining my mower. How do I make this easier? How do I make this more enjoyable? And I think we've made a lot of progress just in the past 10 years. There haven't been many advancements if you think about it from 1930 when Trimmer and True Cut and McLean originally launched their kind of models here in the US to maybe 2015, 2016. And all of a sudden you're starting to see bed knife buddies and you're starting to see all these different parts, all these different manufacturers that have really cool ideas and products come to market, which benefit all of us. And that's really
Sure.
our ultimate goal. That's really it.
Nice. Nice, nice. So there you go, Robert. See, asking you shall receive. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. You started with 220-pound grid. If Lee's like, gonna build whatever we want, I think you guys should ask bigger. You guys should ask for some cooler stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not there's anything wrong with 220 grit, but I mean, we should step the ask up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still trying to think through, like, how do we make a laser line so we know when we cut every other day where our
Mm-hmm.
last run was? I mean, there's got to be, like, these are the things I brainstorm about. Everybody else may have therapy while they're mowing. I'm trying to think, like, how do I make this thing easier and better?
To get
How
the
do I
stripes that
not
straight.
have, yeah, I just gave up 3 inches by overcutting my last cut. How do I make it a half an inch and be consistent and get those fat stripes? Those are the things I brainstorm about. And it's starting to become a problem, I think.
Is there a problem?
My
Well,
wife would
we are
say
all
it is.
thankful for it. We get cool products, so it's always good. You spoke about the grass topper, so this is what he's talking about. So if you have a true cut, like that's it in action. But then, like you say, why do you want that? If you look here, that's the clippings that it keeps in the grass kitchen. If you ever tried cutting with a true cut, like you don't get that kind of fill at all without a grass topper. Like it goes in, it blows right over the top. So yeah, it's a really cool.
To this day, the most underrated product we have. I mean,
The
by
grass
far.
topper.
It is. I mean, I mow. Imagine this. Every spring, we're so proud to get in the yard. Our grass is starting to green up. It's at a dormancy, and we put all this time and money into the turf. And to make the turf look great, we of course get fresh mulch or pine straw in the flower beds. Like, we're dialed up to have a great season. We're all hyped up. But then you go to mow, and all that fresh mulch gets covered with grass clippings or leaves or debris that the mower is shooting all over. Like, I just mowed the other day at the turf park, and I was just so frustrated because I had the grass catcher on from said mower without a topper, and it was all shooting all over my black mulch, and you can't get it out. It's ruined.
No.
It never looks the same. And it's little things like that, especially the fall coming up. And this isn't to push a product. Like, that product truly came from frustration. It's not always just a calm day when you mow. It's windy, stuff's blowing everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is my favorite product that we've ever made to date.
Nice.
For no reason other than it truly solves a problem that exists. And there's other ways you've seen on Facebook where people have other alternatives. That's perfect too. We were just out to solve a problem because I was tired of covered in grass, and I was tired of grass flying all over my mulch beds every time I mowed.
Nice. Yeah, and it does work. I mean, Alex, occasionally whenever he borrows, when he's used my mower in the past, he's liked the results with the grass topper. It's a really cool. It's simple, but what it does really well.
No brainer. Like, in the last 70 years, why hasn't anybody put a top to the grass catcher? Like, that stuff just makes me shake my head. Like, why?
Yeah.
It's simple.
That's a good point.
We'll
All right,
see.
so next up we got Ed Moore. He says, "Hey, happy Friday, everyone. Ron, you're a class act." I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. Thank you so much. And then No Name says, "Happy Friday, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. I'm looking at some great turf talk. Let's get those likes up. Let's do that, guys. We have over 100 people in here right now, and there's only 29 likes. Surely we can do better than that. So if you guys are enjoying the show, please feel free to hit that like button. You can hit it hard. You can hit it ever so gently. Either way works. And it does send good vibes to YouTube and lets people know that you're excited to be here. So we got another super chat and another question for Lee. It looks like. And remember, guys, he's here for the first hour, so get your questions in while you can. Super chat from Doug350Z.
Super chat received.
He says, Doug, so Doug says, sorry, Lee, can you spill the beans on when the Honda EGX will make its way to real mowers? What say you?
When they lower the price. I mean, I believe they're really proud of that. I think some other companies are going to beat them to it. In speaking to some of the manufacturers, I would envision that some of these other companies, maybe even brands that we don't know, are going to make a bolt-on replacement for your gas engine. It's a pretty simple ask. All it takes is, if you think about how many of these mowers work, you start the engine and the drive shaft is just spinning. And then you're going to press a manual lever to actually make that spinning shaft make the rest of the functionality of the mower go. So if you think about an electric motor that replaces a gas motor, all it needs is an on-off switch, and then an RPM control, you know? And from that
Pretty
point, when you
simple.
think about a true cut or a McLean or a trimmer, you know, to make the reel spin, you're physically engaging it with a belt, or in true cut's case, a clutch. So replacing that motor, and we've seen some really cool stuff from different people on Facebook, especially on the True Cut Facebook page, where people are really trying out these electric motors. But I believe last time we looked at the EGX, I believe it was around $4,000 or $5,000.
Just for
And
the
I mean,
engine?
it's for the motor and the battery pack, for the plug and play to replace your gas engine.
Wow.
My understanding was they were targeting more of a commercial market with higher end machinery, not maybe lawnmowers.
Mm.
From a cost point, maybe like chippers, things that cost around $8,000 to $12,000 that still use a Honda gas engine. I think they're targeting that higher market right now, but I believe it's too expensive for it to be incorporated as a plug and play right now for the residential market.
Fair. Yep. Well, there you go, Doug. It exists, but right now too pricey. Yeah, $4,000 for just the motor and battery pack is a bit much.
And I
Yeah.
believe it's been out for 2 years. Like, we haven't seen a lot about it, if you think about it. For those of us that are kind of into this business,
Mm-hmm.
I personally haven't seen a whole lot of, I can't think of a single mower I've seen with it, but maybe others have. I haven't seen a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we'll see. I mean, they may come up with a lower price option, or they may adjust the pricing on it. You know, who knows? Well, you know. All right, so next up we got LXRCD says, hi Ron, I sprayed the Triad Select on my fescue lawn to kill spurge. It's working great. Excellent. Love to hear that. He says, will all the seed heads die that are dying on, will all the seeds die that are on the dying spurge plants? No, not necessarily, LXRD. What I would say is if you're killing the spurge, whenever you mow, you're going to want to bag your clipping so you can get as much of that up and out of the lawn as much as possible. You know what I mean? I wouldn't rely on the herbicide to kill the seeds that haven't germinated as yet. So the thing is, it's great that it's working. You're gonna wanna, whenever you mow, bag those clippings and get that debris, everything that comes from the spurge out. And the thing you can do as well, and this kind of leads into the blog post we released yesterday on fall weed control, is so you're using Triad as a way to control spurge in your lawn, right? To knock it back. The other way to help with that is with pre-emergent. So now that you've used a post-emergent herbicide to injure or kill the existing plant, using a pre-emergent in the fall and then also in the spring, more so in the spring, is going to, any seeds that are in the lawn is going to damage their ability to successfully germinate. So it's a multi-pronged approach. You really need to use pre and post-emergent. In your case right now, you're using a post-emergent to control it, which is awesome, but you're also going to use pre-emergent because that is what it shines at, is whenever new seeds, a weed is starting to germinate and try and grow, it kills that it stops that germination process. So if you guys haven't seen that as yet, I mean, it's linked as a pinned comment in the live stream. But there is a new blog post under resources and then blog, and you'll see it's the ultimate guide to fall lawn care. It talks all about pre-emergent, the role of pre-emergent, role of post-emergence, how to use them together in an overall program to get great results. So feel free to check that out. It's a great read. Had a lot of fun putting this together. And again, there's a table of contents so you can jump to the areas that you find to be the most interesting. So yeah, I wish there were a better answer for you, LXRXCD. Sorry, but yeah. So you've got thing one down. Next thing is to prevent it. So you could control it under control. You're gonna mow with the catcher on, and then use pre-emergent to prevent it from reduce the chances of it coming back in the future. So that's what I would say to do. So hope that helps. Mr. Barriga here on Instagram says that 12024 works like magic. The neighbors are asking what I put down. Awesome, man. I love to hear that. It's a great fertilizer. I mean, it's again, Lebanon does not typically make bad products. Kind of like Toro doesn't make bad mowers. Lebanon doesn't make bad fertilizer. So I'm not shocked that you're getting great results with it, and your neighbors are asking you, what are you doing? So spread the word. I really do appreciate it. Okay, next up we have No Name. And it's a True Cut and Honda show again. He says, hey Lee, any news of True Cut going back to Honda mowers? I'm not sure about Champ motors, but I know Honda motors are thought very highly of. Any chance you think they're going to go back to Honda, or is it we're on Champ now?
I think we're on Champ now.
Okay.
My understanding. We're on Champ.
Okay. Sounds good. Next up, Papa Molo, he says, Ron or Lee, I'm thinking about moving and the neighborhood has a requirement to have Zoysia. Boo me. Now here's the thing: Lee loves Zoysia, so he's you're in good company with this question. He
Yeah,
says,
that's easy.
"What cultivar of Zoysia would you recommend?" Lee, what say you?
Ron, what do you think I'm going to go with?
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna give you my thoughts on it for a person that does not have Zoysia, but who is seriously contemplating converting the front lawn to Zoysia. In the springtime, so Lee has El Toro Zoysia and he has Xeon. In the springtime, I looked at El Toro and literally I started going to convulsions. The amount of seed heads I saw, I was like, there's no way. I just can't do this. I could not do it. The seed heads on El Toro are something fierce. And then the Xeon, I think the leaf on that is so fine. It's a very pretty grass to look at. But then I got to tell you, today at the turf park, I mean, you guys can see it for yourself. I mean, look at the color. Left is the El Toro, then the Xeon, and then finally the Bermuda. So from a color standpoint, when I saw the El Toro today, I almost had to admit, I hated to admit it, but it looks incredible. It's like if you could take the best way to describe it is you could take St. Augustine and make it a finer leaf, and make it and just improve the color. And the thing about it's cool as well too is that it's green all the way to the root. So even if you cut it lower, there's not really any scalping. So it's hard to say, man. I personally like the way Xeon looks, but Lee, what do you say? If it were you, Lee, what's going to be your thing?
Zoysia number one. I mean, the fact that you can't scalp it, you can scalp it obviously, but if you were to mow for a week at 3/4 of an inch, or a month 3/4 of an inch, and then you get a wild hair and you're like, I'm going to drop it to a half today, it would not be any different color. I love that about Zoysia. That's probably my biggest downfall to Bermuda is if you hit the edge wrong, or you're on a hill or a slope and you get that brown cut. I mean, you get that brown look from a slight scalp. To me, it breaks my heart, but it's a reality. That makes me feel like I'm not doing a good job. When I'm doing a good job, I'm trying my best. It could be lack of mowing frequent enough, but I also have a little bit of a life outside of this world. So my go-to, number one is going to be Empire or El Toro Zoysia. It is absolutely my favorite. The reason I like it is for three reasons. I'm coming up with these off the cuff of my head, but one, I love that you can't scalp it, and no matter the undulations of the turf, it always is going to look consistently green after a cut. That's number one for any Zoysia over other cultivars. Two, I like the El Toro / Empire again. Empire's at my house. El Toro was the new one at the turf park, but they're interchangeable, just different names. I love the fact that it's grows slow, very low maintenance, very drought tolerant, disease tolerant, shade tolerant. If you're looking for a great looking turf that requires very little intervention to still look really great, you can't beat the El Toro. The Xeon. The downside to the El Toro, let me finish that, is it doesn't stripe as well as the other grasses. Because it's a stiffer blade, it doesn't bend with the sun and bend with the mow as prominent as, say, a Bermuda or a Xeon Zoysia, which is a thinner blade and can be pushed over a little easier. I was telling Ron today when he was at the shop, my downside to Xeon is it's very thin bladed and it grows very, very dense to the point where it feels spongy. So I feel like it takes more maintenance around verticutting or scarifying to try to thin it out. I also think that, in my personal opinion, a buddy of mine down the street has Xeon Zoysia, and he cuts it a little bit under a ½ inch. He's pretty religious about it, and it looks absolutely beautiful. Beautiful. We keep ours at about a ½ inch to 5/8, and we don't mow it except for maybe twice a week. And ours has never looked nearly as consistent or as tightly cut as keeping it down that low. So I believe the downside of the Xeon is, unless you're keeping it really, really low and you're mowing every other day, you don't get nearly the clean finished cut as you do with a Bermuda or a El Toro, because the blades aren't stiff of the grass and they tend to lay over.
Okay.
They're always laying over because they're very thin. that's just my personal opinion. So unless I get down to that 1/2 inch or lower, it's really tough to get that really tight, consistent flat top cut that I'm always looking for when I reel mow a yard. Bermuda seems to be more, it stands up on its own much easier. It stands up straight for the most part. Seems like
Okay.
my Xeon is the lean a direction always.
I
And
got you.
I feel like I'm not getting a tight cut. And again, that El Toro being that fat blade, it's always very perky and sticking up, so you get a really, really perfect level cut. So, Papalos Mo, you'll never be mad if you go with Empire Zoysia. You just
Oh,
won't. I did it twice. I liked it so much I did it here.
so there you go. There you go. And I will say, I mean, you guys can see the color for yourself. Like this picture, I believe is from today. And the color, the color of the El Toro almost looks fake. It looks like it's just it's like a it's a lighter, but it's a really really rich green that is just absolutely gorgeous. Like I mean, I saw it and I was like, man, this is something special. It looks really good. And in the springtime, and again, maybe here's the thing, you know, maybe next year we have to play with it and see. Maybe next year if we get some primo on the El Toro, maybe we can that will help with the seed heads because it will have
Right.
seed heads something fierce when temperatures go from cool to hot. There is that.
And I agree. And I think we should blame the owner of the turf park more so for that than the grass.
Hmm.
You know, full transparency, I would love to mow every other day or every day. I just don't have the bandwidth. And I think if you're to stay on top of it, mowing twice, 3 times a week, those seed heads never become an issue because you stay on top of it. There's
Right.
times between my house and this place and the business, you know, in the springtime when we're exploding from, 2 miles per hour to 150 miles per hour around February, March, April. We're lucky to see the sun. We shift in a different dynamic, and I'm not doing as good of a job of keeping up with the turf park or my crew than we probably should. So it could be user error for those seed heads.
Sure. Okay. So we'll take that. All right. So there you go. El Toro. Hard to beat. Really hard to beat. I mean, it made me a believer looking at it today. It's pretty incredible looking grass. All right, so yeah, so Off-Road NV, if you're having trouble, try restarting it. I just checked here. Other people that are on YouTube seem to be okay. They seem to be getting the stream, so I think there's something else going on. So just try closing your browser, restarting or something because I think it's still working from everything that I'm seeing here. All right, so we have a super chat from Mr. LG first, and then we'll get the next question. Thank you so much, LG.
Super chat received.
He says, Lee, loved your backlapping video. Now that I've got that out of the way, you should give away a mower on tonight's stream.
You know what? That's very thoughtful of you, LG, to offer that up. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
There you go. So LG, so we're probably not giving away a mower tonight, but I'll put some Tango Bolero on for you while I look for the next super chat. How about that?
LG, I can guarantee a giveaway within the next 6 months. How about that? That I do know. It's just not right now. You're going to see some really cool stuff coming probably in the next 10 minutes of this live stream. I want to reveal some stuff, but there's some questions coming that will lead us into this. So kind of go from there.
Okay. All right. So
I'm waiting for Sean Murphy. Sean Murphy's got a good one.
Sean Murphy. Okay, hang on. So let me do that real quick, and then Luis, I see you. I'm going to get your super chat here really quick. Don't go anywhere. Okay, Sean Murphy. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Could I get away with verticutting sometime in September? I also verticut last month. Empire Zoysia at 0.6 inches in Tampa, Florida. Thanks." Okay, so given you're in Tampa,
got our grass. This is why I was excited about Sean. Sean's got the Empire.
Yeah, he got the Empire, and he's in Tampa.
That's what I was excited about.
Yeah, so I say this, Sean. If you were in Georgia, I'd say no. September verticutting, it's too late in the season. But you're in Tampa, so your growing season is going to be probably never stops, right? But so if you wanted to verticut in September, as long as you go light, that's the thing I always say. Go light as far as how you set up your verticutting. You shouldn't really have a problem with that. Just don't get too aggressive with it, and it would benefit from any of the grasses that we have. A lot of warm season turf tends to benefit from being thinned out a little bit here and there. So the same thing we were talking about today, Lee, verticutting either the Empire or the Xeon would likely also help, as far as producing a better cut as well. Good stuff. So next up, thanks for the question, Sean. Next up we have C-Pims. He says, I got a question for Lee. Is the difference between the front roller and the McLean front roller for the McLean walk behind mowers. Thinking about picking up a McLean at some point, and I'm curious.
Great question. There's been a lot of conversations around this topic. McLean launched a grooved roller on their GR 25-inch series mower. Cool idea, but the biggest challenge is that I don't know how they did this or why they did this, but the mower won't allow you to cut brand new from the factory with that grooved roller less than 3/4 of an inch. And, and I'm not saying that you need to maintain your turf less than 3/4 of an inch. That's completely your decision. But certainly as a real mower owner, I want the option to go lower than 3/4 of an inch, whether it's for a scalp, whether it's a height of cut reset. So their grooved roller they made is too large in diameter. Our grooved roller is 2¼ inches, to give you guys perspective. But to make up for that diameter, we have longer arms that reach to it, so that when you take your front wheels off of a McLean and you put on a real roller's smooth or grooved roller, it is to the T the identical cutting height. For some reason, McLean made a grooved roller that is the exact same diameter as their wheels, but they didn't compensate with their arms that reach out to it, so it can never go lower than 3/4 of an inch. And I only know this because we have a bunch of customers who buy a brand new McLean. Great mower, that's nothing against that, but they'll buy a brand new McLean and then they'll call us immediately and switch it over to one of our rollers because they can't cut lower than 3/4 of an inch. Our roller will allow you to cut down to 1/2 inch or mimic exactly what their front caster wheels and what their owner's manual says that their cutting heights are that are available. That's the big difference. And the other thing is they make a roller. There's a couple out there nowadays that are more like a washer, spacer, very thin grooved. And we tried that when we designed our front roller because that seemed like the logical choice. But the only challenge with that is that if your soil is moist at all, those discs, washers on that front roller, they tend to sink down into the soil and make it next to impossible to go around rounding curves in flower beds. By design, we made our grooved roller have grooves, but it also has a 1/2 inch contact area so that if you do want to curve to follow a flower bed, you still have surface area to slide across the turf. And you're not locked into a perfectly straight path.
Gotcha.
And that was the way that our washer type of roller design tended to react. It just wanted to go straight, which is great, but sometimes we have to curve. And I didn't feel like with those washers that it was enabling us to slide enough to make those curves in one smooth cut. So that's the big differences.
Gotcha. All right. Great question. Thanks so much, Lee. We got a super chat here from Luis Ayabareno. Thank you so much.
Super chat received.
He says, good evening. I've been mowing 1 acre with an 18-inch push reel. Bless your heart. He says, it's getting old quick. Moved to a reel in my front yard, rotary in the back, looking at the outlet Sterling. Thoughts in a first reel? Gas, electric? Thanks. Lee, as far as a Sterling, it's a great, it's a good mower. I mowed with it the little bit that I had with one. It ran well for me. But for someone that has an acre, the Sterling is, I think it's 20 inches wide. That's still not a whole lot for an acre. So there is just some considerations there as far as that goes. The nice thing about it is that you do have the interchangeable cartridge system, but again, given the size of your property, I think that something, either it's gas or something that has more runtime, is going to be a better fit. You're going to be changing the batteries a lot if you're trying to mow, really much bigger than 5,000-6,000 square feet. So just something to keep in mind would be a consideration if you were going to go with that mower. Lee, any thoughts? Or I think it's probably.
I don't think it's the introduction mower personally. You're
Right.
going from a 18-inch manual. I'd probably, if it was my money and my decision, I would probably start looking on Facebook Marketplace to find a nice gassed McLean trimmer, True Cut, something in the $700 to $1,000 price range, maybe $1,500, and make sure that it's what you want before you start to commit to a $3,000 or $4,000 machine. That's just my 2 cents. You're going from 0 to 150. Sterling's are great mowers, but to your point, not sure battery is the way to go right now. With that size of yard, but I think there's a step in between that will probably give Luis more clarity on what he really wants on his yard. Go buy a $500 20-inch, and you may come back in 3 months and say, I need a 27. This
Right.
is getting old quick. And I'd
Yeah.
hate to see you commit to something really, really expensive or big without really knowing where your passion is or what your challenges are. My 2
Sure.
cents.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a fair question. Hope that helps, Luis. And then Dalvin Larry has a question here. So it should be an easy one.
Super chat received.
He says, "Hey Ron, have you taken your Alec cartridge to get sharpened?" Yes, I have. And if so, where have you done so? Do you know any place I can mail my reel to? I don't have any local places that actually sharpen the blade. All they do is backlap. Yeah. So Michael Hammond at Atlanta Reel Mowers did my Alec. He sharpened it, put a grind on it, and it came out great. So I know he does. He does a lot of greens mowers, so a lot of Toros. Very familiar with the Alec. He did a great job on that. So you may have to reach out to him. Get on Reel Roller's website and go to the grinder finder. On there, you'll see it's the name of his company is Atlanta Reel Mowers, and you'll be able to give him a ring and set up something. I don't know if he does. I'm sure he'd be willing to accommodate, like if you want to ship it to him, but you'd have to talk to him and get all that figured out. He did do a very good job on my mower. It's only been ground once. It was done by him, and I've just been backlapping it since then, and it's been great. So hope that helps. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. And while I look for the next question, I got one here that caught my eye, and I'll probably toss this one to Lee while I look for the next question. So from Trav Smitty, he says, "Any thoughts on the Rolex? I got one on the way for the backyard and the Sterling for the front. Building a little arsenal. Also, any suggestions on how to tell the wife?"
No on that one. No. I've learned that whatever toy I buy costs me double, because she's gonna maybe triple. So I'll go spend $3,000. She's gonna go spend $6,000.
Yeah.
One way or another.
One way or the other. The Rolex. I have used the mower before, and the grip system in it is kind of novel. It's different. For me, and again, here's the thing. I've got literally 5 minutes of mowing with the thing, and the one thing that stood out to me is it felt like the weight of it, the way it was balanced, it felt like it wanted to tip back more. Like it didn't feel as grounded as most reel mowers. Again, I've only used it for a few minutes, and that was the one thing when I started using it, I'm saying, this seems like unless you are very careful to not put any kind of downward pressure on it, it does tend to pop a wheelie a little bit, which is going to is going to negatively affect your cut, right? So there is that. It felt solidly built. Lee, have you ever used one of them? What are your thoughts on the Rolex?
I have. I actually I met the CEO, I guess it was 8 months ago. Great guy. First off, Rolex is a cool company out of South Africa. We actually worked with them from basically, I would say probably November through April, because they were trying to enter the U.S. market, which they've accomplished and have done. Cool mower. There's a couple of things that I liked about the mower that intrigued me. They actually mailed me one, and I mowed with it for about 4 months. So basically from February through, I guess I did my scalp with it, and then I mowed here at the turf park and at the house with that mower for maybe 3 months, I guess it was. To your point, Ron, I felt like let me back up. It's always a challenge when you bring a mower from a different climate and country into the U.S., and nobody knows better than us with swordmen. The conditions here in the U.S. are unique, or maybe not, to other markets that these mowers may be very, very popular in. And I think specifically from our experience with what the U.S. market has that many don't, number one, our turf is much harder to cut. It grows faster, it grows thicker. Traditionally, when you think of what's the grasses are in Australia, in Europe, South Africa, try to visualize more of a rye type of grass. Very easy to cut, stripes very easily, more of a thinner blade type of grass compared to our Bermudas and our Zoysias, which are, pretty hard on a reel mower when it comes to the bed knife and the reel, how fast it grows. It comes on really strong and it stays that way for about 4 or 5 months. The other thing that's unique about our properties here in the U.S. Is our heat. That puts a strain on the mowers. And the other thing is the size of our lawns and the length of our seasons. The size of our lawns is probably the biggest differentiator that you'll see in any other country. it's not uncommon to have a 10,000 square foot piece of turf at your residential house. A lot of those are 5,000, but we just had that guy on a minute ago that has an acre. That's a little bit different. And what I think about the Rolux was, it's a good mower, good design. I do believe there's some things that when we worked with them that we thought would make the mower more accepted here in the US.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those things would be things like the grips, to your point. It's cool looking, but it's just not quite as comfortable as I would want. Your shoulders are kind of up a little
Correct.
bit,
For
a
me,
lot.
yes. It was,
And
you're kind of like
and you had
holding it like a old school bicycle.
like that. The pistol grip throttle, where you can't see the arm, you spin the throttle. That was a little different of a feeling. And again, I mowed with 3 months, and I never did quite learn, does left reduce my throttle speed or right? So every single time I went to empty the grass catcher, inevitably I turned it the wrong way. It'd rev up higher RPMs. I was like, dang it, which way is it? It was always something that wasn't intuitive. And to your point, there was a lot of rear weight. We talked about that with the guys at Rolux. I tend to see a little bit of popping on the front.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still not completely sold personally on a spin ground reel. I still believe relief ground reels are the way to go for residential use, because a homeowner can maintain that reel for a longer period of time before it has to go into a shop for a professional grind. You can get by for a pretty long time, 3-4 seasons, if you have a relief ground reel as a homeowner without having to send it in. Now, you'll see people say that you can backlap a spin ground reel, which you absolutely can, but you have to wear down the entire 5 millimeters of metal all the way across the blade just to sharpen the front edge, which is what you really care about. With the relief grind, you're only grinding down a millimeter of metal to get yourself a fresh edge. So yes, it's possible, but as a person holding a battery powered drill, I'm not sitting there for 45 minutes. It's just a little more time consuming with the spin ground reel. So I think some cool things they could do is add a relief grind. I'm not a big fan of that front roller. Again, it's very similar to the McLean. It's kind of like a washer. And I'd love to see a Honda GX.
Cool. Honda GX engine. Cool. So interesting. So again, good more. But as far as like, again, when I mowed with it, there were some challenges. You had it longer than I did, and there were some things about it that you thought could be better. Yeah. So I guess as far as mowers, anything, I know I only got you here for like another 6 minutes if you've committed to it. I think we're gonna have you longer
Sorry.
than that. But
I know.
But
We might miss the
anything
son's
else?
high school football game. It's a scrimmage.
Right. Yeah. But as far as mowers, anything new, anything cool in that regard that you want to chat about?
Yeah, I see further down the question, some people actually called it out and asked.
Let me
For
see
those
here.
of you that have been,
So this Mike says, how is the real rollers mower coming along?
yeah, there we go.
Pray tell, how is the real rollers mower coming along?
All of a sudden, there's people. I thought it was going to be LG throwing the bomb at me, because he's asked about it before. So for the last 2 years, we've been working around the clock to launch and design what we believe will be the ultimate reel mower for residential use. Taking a culmination of the Swordman, the Alette, parts of the Rolux, True Cut, Trimmer, McLean, taking the greatest parts of each of those mowers and truly building a mower based off a user, not based off of a manufacturer or where parts can come from. I think that's what's unique about everything that we try to bring to market is we're absolutely users. We use these products every day. So we feel the same pains as it relates to maybe adjusting the reel to bed knife on a True Cut. Love the mower. Don't let me have to adjust the reel to bed knife. It's a bit of a challenge. The tire marks left from a True Cut. That's another thing that kind of gets me down a little bit about that mower. I love that it's all chain driven. I love that I control my reel and my ground speed independently. So there's some great things about that mower, but not everything.
Sure.
I look at the California Trimmer. They did a really great job on their 20-inch homeowner model by putting these adjusting rods so that just to adjust your reel to bed knife, you just turn a little screw. Very similar to what you'd see on a Swordman. They don't have that on McLean, True Cut, or the older commercial model California Trimmers. It makes it a little bit difficult for the average homeowner to adjust that reel to bed knife.
Sure.
Those are things that I really looked for. So with all that said, we literally went to 5 different continents, and we mentioned Rolux. Those are one of the companies that we were actually working with in partnership to try to design a mower very specific and for one purpose, and that was for United States customers with United States turf to have a great reel mower that accomplishes all of those goals. So I'm excited here on Ron Henry's show to really announce to this audience that we've done it. You know, it's been 2 years in the making, and we've been very diligent and very disciplined to not try to get ahead of ourselves. You know, it's been really tough to keep my mouth shut for the past 6 months. But here in the next 30 days, we'll be officially launching the reel rollers, what's called the Revolution 26. And if you can think about all the things that you love about the reel mowers on the market now and put it into one mower and at a price point that'll make you kind of smirk and be like, why aren't the rest of them at this price? I think we've got something that's really going to go a long ways. But before we bring it to the market, we learned a lot. And what's important is making sure supply chains lined up, parts and accessories, the dealer network, the service network. And this has all been done by purpose and by design. And we want to make sure that when we launch, we're making this the most intuitive, easiest mower to use with the resources to support you with videos on every adjustment, every tweak, every concern, every frequently asked question. And we're doing that by, as we speak, there's 10 of our mowers right now in the Atlanta market being used by homeowners. And they're giving us feedback every week on questions they have, challenges they may see, and things that we're developing to make sure that when we launch, this thing is absolutely turnkey and it's absolutely the mower that people say, game over, this is the one. It's got everything I want. And you may have a little bit of we'll release the full specs in the mower's design, but if you're in your mind, if you've ever seen our A-Team van, we'll call it, our reel rollers van, visualize that color scheme and look on a reel mower, and it's going to be exclusive and 100% brought to you by Reel Rollers.
Nice. I think I have a silhouette picture that you sent me. I mean, can the folks see this, or are we holding it back? What are we doing?
They can, but it's a silhouette by design. We're not ready to release all of the specs yet.
All right. So this is what I've seen the machine. You can see again. You can see the bail bars, red and black, reel rollers, colors. I've seen the machine. I've mowed with it. It does cut really well. It's 26-inch with the cut, so it's you guys are gonna like it. You guys are gonna like it. It's gonna be something special. I think you guys are really gonna enjoy it.
One thing to consider, I just want to throw out here while we talk about it, is if you think about all the accessories and parts that we've made for other mowers, you know, rollers, toppers, those types of things, backlap kits. Our intent with this mower is that you buy the mower and you never have to add an accessory. Every accessory that most people are buying to their mowers and adding on to the price and adding to their mower, this thing is going to be, not going to be, it is, it has everything that you would want. Hide a cut sticker, groove front roller. These aren't options, these are stock. We know what people really, really want, Honda GX engines. Like,
Wait, no
I can tease
engine?
it a little bit more. No champ engine here. All
GX
chain
engine?
driven. Everybody wants to get big stripes. It's got the rear drum with the tread, heavy duty steel, handlebars that operate like a rotary mower. They're comfortable. They're soft grips. I mean, we literally have gone to every degree. The other relief ground reel, not a spin ground reel. You can name it. Easy to adjust reel to bed knife with just a turn of a 1/2-inch socket, or it's a 1/2-inch bolt that you use with a socket. We've really tried to incorporate and try to take all the lessons we've learned, the feedback from everybody, and the questions, and say, hey, how do we make this the most turnkey mower and make reel mowing easy and affordable? I mean, we're going to be at a price point that's going to make people say, okay, this is game over. We want to make this fun and make it accessible. So I'll leave it at that. But come mid-September, early September, we're going to fully launch the product. Social media, commercials, advertising, Facebook, email blasts, and it'll display every feature of it, the entire look of the mower. And then we're going to start pre-order sales there in September. And there's going to be a $500 discount for pre-order sales that we're going to guarantee delivery by January. So we're full speed. It's not that the mower's not ready. I'm just not fully ready with the marketing material to make this thing happen and do it all at once. It's a lot of work to get this thing out and make a big boom once. I want a big splash.
Cool. So you got a couple of questions. I don't know if you're going to go into all of them. So Cody Taylor says the reel rollers mower going to have a rear drum.
Yes, check. with
Yeah.
tread so I can climb like a billy goat.
Yep, rear drum. Let's see. He says, "Wow, Reels just broke a major story on the right channel." I guess you can take that. Papa Mo's low. Will it be a cartridge system?
I like you, Papa. It won't be this first round, but what I want you to realize is that this is a platform for the long term. So many of the things that you've probably come to know that I do enjoy, one of them is a cartridge system. In my opinion, it is maybe one of three things were critical to me in this design. One, the reel and the drive had to be 100% independent. If I want to take my mower from the front yard to the backyard or transport it or just move it, I don't want to have to spin the reel. I want the ground propulsion to work independently. That was number one critical thing. Number two, I needed a rear drum that would give you a great cut, but climb hills. Swordman had a great rear drum. It wasn't real thick. So we made a super thick steel heavy drum, but it has the tread like you'd see on the Rolex. Those are very similar designs from that rear tread, which is what attracted me to the Rolex, which is why they were one of the finalists as we were looking to see who would partner with us for our new design. And then thirdly, Papa Moslow, I want a cartridge system. It's not going to be yet. It's going to be in 2025. It's absolutely in the design, but I believe the biggest roadblock to owning a reel mower is getting the reel sharpened. Now, a lot of people like the cartridge system for other scarifiers, detachers. As a homeowner, personally, and as me, I love the ability to take the reel out and drop it off at a service shop and have a backup reel until it gets sharp again. Or grab the reel, mail it to somebody, grind the reel, ship it back to me for the same price I would have paid to load my entire mower up, drive 30 minutes, an hour. I have a guy that called me last week that lives in Arkansas, and he drives to Oklahoma twice a season. It's a 4-hour drive just to get his reel sharpened because he has nobody close to him in Arkansas. Like, I want to eliminate those barriers. And a cartridge system is the only way to do that. And I promise you, within the next 6 to 12 months, that will be what we do. And we're going to design the reel to be mailed. That was something that Swordman didn't do, and we intend to do. This thing will be designed to be sent through UPS and dropped. It'll be designed to be mailed so that we can get these reels sharpened.
Nice.
Great question.
Nice. Let's see here. Price range.
Look, it's going to be somewhere between that in that $2,000 range, $2,000 to $3,000. You know, True Cuts right now are around 30. A brand new 27-inch True Cut right now is running 3,900. A brand new McLean 25-inch is running around 27, 2,800. Then you got to buy my roller, and then you got to buy Heidi Cut stickers and the grass toppers, like all these things that all of a sudden you're at a $3,000, $3,100 mower. California Trimmer 25, they're actually really affordable right now. They're still at that $2,000 mark, but our mower is going to be retail around $2,500, $2,700. Our sale will put it down around $2,200. Affordable
Nice.
for what you get, a 20-inch mower with a Honda GX engine, grooved roller, rear drum. Like, you think about all the money that is spent on adding accessories, this thing puts it right there competitive.
Nice. Yeah, and it's just in the
Good
headache,
question.
the headache of having a wrench on the machine, right? You just take it out of the box and you're good to go. Ben Raham, thanks for the super chat. Because I'm stopping by Monday to pre-order, like it or not.
I'll see you, buddy. I'll see you here, Ben. You're welcome to come by anytime.
There's that, and then Dimitri says, Lee, can you manufacture a better reel for the Swordman? I don't know. It's a lot of headache. I don't know if that's.
I tried. Is that Dimitri? I'm trying to think of that. Dimitri.
Dimitri.
I know a Dimitri that's here locally that has a Swordman, so not sure if he's picking on me. I wish the reel's really good. It just needs to I just wish it was made to be shipped a little easier.
Gotcha.
And the Swordman's a good mower. I still love mowing my Swordman.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Cool. Very cool. Let's see what other questions we got. You know, Cody Jeffers, I'm glad I tuned in for this. I'm pumped for this mower to come out. Yeah, man. It's solid. I mean, the thing is, I'll tell you, I've mowed with this machine, and I've mowed with most of the common ones. All of them, pretty much. I've mowed with all of them. I mean, all the ones that he was trying out, I would come by and say, hey, man, I want you to see something here. He says, where's your phone? Take the phone from me. You know, I can, know the pictures.
Like, I don't know if people know that we honestly see each other weekly, just in life. So it'd be uncommon for Ron not to know something I'm doing and vice versa. Not by design. It's just we get along, we have the same passion, and we see each other. So Ron was here to see the Rolex. That was kind of where he played around with it. He got to play with the mower that we're designing. He gets to play with all of our toys and give feedback, and it's pretty cool. Very unique, and we're fortunate to have that relationship.
Yeah,
Here
you
at
guys
Real
are gonna like it. It feels very solid. Like, I mean, you pick up some more, like not to get on this Swordman, but there's some mowers you use and they feel less than solid, like a little rickety, a little just not well built. If you could take how a true cut feels, how it's built like a brick, this thing feels like that. It's really solid. The handles when you're handling it, you're maneuvering it. There's no creaking, no. I mean, it's steel. It's a really well solidly built piece of equipment, and again, you said 26 inch with a cut, which is great for those of you that have larger properties. So I think you guys are gonna like it when you get a chance to mow with it. It's nice. It's a nice unit, and it's a GX engine. There's that too. Let's see. Another question. He says, "Great to see the Georgia boys making it happen." Well, I mean, Lee's making it happen. I just happen to live nearby. I just get to see it, so it's all him.
Kevin's a good guy. Kevin's a good guy. I know that name well.
Kevin Hester, and then Robert Rainey says, "Lee, will the new mower have an auto backlap where I can run the reel backwards to lap?" And again, this is Robert. This is a Robert thing.
I love it, Robert. It will when we launch the battery powered one in 2026.
So there you go. Will it have an auto backlapper? So yeah, Robert.
You can do it with the battery
there's
powered
going to be
so easily.
Yeah, with batteries, it's super easy. Like my outlet, again, to do backlapping is hook up the box, press the button, and it just does it.
Let me jump in real quick. But by design, you can backlap our mower by using just a 1/2 inch socket. So you don't need an adapter. It's a 1/2 inch socket, and you don't have to remove any chains because it has a neutral position for the reel. So unlike a trimmer, McLean, or a true cut, you have to remove a chain, put the adapter on the sprocket or the socket, and then lap it backwards. But you have to take the chain off to disengage it from the rest of the mower. With our mower, it has a neutral. You do not have to. You literally take the side protection cover off that covers all the chains, like every mower, and then throw a 1/2 inch socket on your drill and go. There is no chain removal. You don't have to do that. So it's one less messy step to backlapping. It'll be really quick. So it's not automatic yet.
Not auto, but I mean, it's the barrier for doing it is low enough that's where you're not going to be like, oh man, do I really want to backlap? It's like literally pull the cover off, run the drill, and just put your compound on. In your case, Robert, it'll be a 220 grit, so you can get it just so.
It's on my notes.
Yeah, you can get it just so, get the edge just the way you want it, and yeah, that's cool. That's a good question. Phyllis Lawrence says, "Where can I pre-order? You had me at all the accessories included. Get those likes up. Happy Friday, y'all." So Lee, it's a good question. So you announced it tonight. When will people be able to put in pre-orders for the mower, for the Revolution?
Sure. So we're gonna build it out on our site, and we'll put a big email blast out in marketing. I wanted to do it at Labor Day. My goal is Labor Day, but I believe it'll probably be mid-September. Just to be completely honest, we're working as fast as we can, but there's some things that are holding us up when it comes to web design. There's a bunch of integrations behind the scenes to make it flow through. But yes, it'll definitely be in September. That I can 100% guarantee. I just don't know the exact date. But Phyllis, great question. And again, with the pre-order, those mowers are going to be sold for $22.99. So regularly $27.99. We're going to discount them $500 for pre-order, and then we're going to guarantee the delivery by January. So we're just going to go from there. So it'll be available on our website, and we'll help track that thing as well.
Very nice. Papa Moslow's, so Rio, 2 questions. Rio says, so is this mower better than the Rolex 25-inch?
Yes.
Yes. I'd say, yeah, for a person that is, for someone that's used a traditional rotary mower or someone that's used a reel mower, this is more in lines of what you expect. And I like the way the mower is more balanced. Like when you put it on the turf, it rides on the turf. That you don't have to do anything funny there's not really any tendency for it to get light on the front, especially with the groove roller, because the groove roller you guys have is a pretty beefy unit, really beefy groove roller. For someone that just, again, I have no skin in the game. I enjoyed the mower that Lee is building. They're going to be releasing more than the Rolex. In other words, I would be able to. Go ahead.
No, I see like 4 reasons why. It's just why we went with the partner that we did. One was you know, the fact that it's going to have a Honda GX engine, check that box compared to a Briggs. I know Briggs is good, but it's a Honda GX, you know, and that's standard, not an option. That's the only way we're going to make it. Number two, you can control the reel and the ground speed independently. I look at a lot of the YouTube videos on the Rolex. I'm not sure everyone really has seen how the centrifugal clutch engages the reel and the ground together, and technically how those things operate. So in order to move the Rolex, you can't move it on its own unless you're spinning the reel. So they're tied together. So that's another advantage of why we think ours would be better. And the last two things that stand out to me is going to be stock grooved roller, which is, for the record, 17 pounds. Our grooved roller today that we make is 12 pounds, and it's about 2¼ inches in diameter. The one on our Revolution 26 is actually a 3¼ inch grooved roller, bigger, and it weighs 17 pounds. It truly holds that front end of that mower to the ground by design. And then the last thing is our reels are all going to come stock with a relief grind on them, so you can backlap them right out of the box. So those are the four big things between ours and the Rolex that I think, you know, outside of the handle grips and some other things that are a little more easier to use in fold down handlebars, just from a feature, those are the four things that stick out to me that are different.
Nice.
But the Rolex is a great thing to have in the market. Like, let's keep driving this in you know, ingenuity. I love it. I think it's great.
Nice, nice. Papa Mo's low. So you already mentioned battery. He says, you mentioned battery in the future. What line? What battery line? Ego? Greenworks? What are you thinking?
So our current partner that's helping us design and manufacture this mower, they already have battery powered mowers on their rotary class. So this is going to be a smooth transition to what they're currently using. And to be completely transparent, Papa Mo's low, I think it's the Ego, but I'm not 100% sure because I just don't follow their rotary market. I haven't looked into that. I just know that they're incorporating the same technology that's been successful the last 3 years from the rotaries into their real mowers for us.
Nice, nice. So it's proven. It's not going to be the first rodeo whenever they do electrify the Revolution. Cool.
Absolutely.
Fairway Bermuda is up next. Daryl, he says, I'm selling both my mowers. Glad you're having a turf party. Enjoyed it. So yeah, so the turf party next year, the Revolution will be available in full swing. People will be able to, you know, they'll be able to play with one, mow with it. You know, you probably have some for sale then there as well too. And
sure. And anyone that's local, I mean, this is why we do what we do. I mean, if you want to come by here any day and see what we have, you know, there's always a look behind the scenes. It's here. So you're more than welcome to stop by and look and see what it is. We're just not ready to put it out there in front of the world just yet. And you're welcome to demo it. Try it. Like, that's what I love about the turf park is, again, we have every mower in our shop for you to test and demo. Come out here and try them and see what you think before you even have to buy. That's what my goal was.
Nice. So another question we have here from James Smith. He says, also a little late to the session, did you ever cover the range for height of cut?
Yes. So the range of cut is going to be 1/8 of an inch up to 1.25 inches. So to be traditional, the true cuts, they go up to about 2 1/8, 2 1/4. We won't have as high of a range, but what is cool about ours is that it's like a greens mower in that the height of adjustment is actually a turn dial. So it's infinite height ranges in between that 1/8 and 1.25.
Gotcha.
And still in my mind, and others may disagree, but as a warm season guy, if I'm cutting above 1.25, I don't know why I'm not just using a rotary.
Fair.
That's just my opinion.
Sure.
I'm a go low guy with a real mower. I like that tight cut. So
yep.
Sub 1 inch.
And as far as like, okay, so how am I going to know, like, is there any kind of indicators on there for me to know what kind of height of cut I'm at? Like, is there any kind of, is there a sticker? Do you have to add that afterwards? Or what are we talking about for knowing height of cut?
Great question. So I'm sorry. We have a sticker that indicates your height of cut by inches, you know, imperial. And that's right there. So it shows you by the 1/4 inch as you progress, and there's ticks. So completely visible, nothing else to add, built into the mower, along with a QR code that will take you to a self-help site on our website page where you can get owner's manuals, parts, frequently asked questions, how-to videos. All you do is pull your phone out and zap the mower. It's got the QR code already built into it. You can be done with any challenge or concern you have in seconds.
Nice, nice. Papa Mo's is up next. He says, are you offering visits after release? I believe the website says no visitors.
And no, I don't know if the website says no visitors, but we definitely have to go through an interview process, Papa. No,
Yep,
teasing.
yep.
No,
And
people are welcome to stop by. Sometimes during the peak of the season, there's a lot going on, but we're definitely adding to our staff, growing the business, and people are more than welcome to come by. We'll get that
not,
website updated. This season was a really, really busy one with everything we had going on. So we tried to limit kind of the walk-in traffic.
sure, sure.
Good
And then
question.
Rio says, noted, sorry, no Rolex, canceling order. Ron has spoken. Hey, I offered my opinion. Again, I do not sell real mowers. I can tell you what I've used, what I like, what I don't like, and you can take it for what it's. Well, remember, I'm a person that loves true cuts, and there's people that love McLeans and love trimmers. So it's just my opinion. And again, there's nothing wrong with the Rolex. It's not a bad mower.
Right.
I just think that
No,
in many ways, like what I've seen with the new mower, with the Revolution, it just checks all the boxes. Literally, you take it out of the box, you put the handles on, and you mow with it, and I can't stress enough like having that extra weight on the front. Like, 'cause I'm telling you, the roller that's on that, it's along the lines of the roller that's on my Allet. Like the rollers on an Allet is like, it's beefy. I mean, I don't know what the cost them to make that thing, but it is you like. You get your money's worth in weight on that thing for sure. The one that's on this mower is the same thing. It's heavy. You said it's 17 pounds when we weighed it?
17. Even our smooth rollers are only 14 pounds that we
Yeah.
make, and those are the
So
heaviest
17
ones.
pounds in a grooved roller. I mean, that's a lot of weight. You know what I mean? So it's gonna sit on the turf. It's gonna behave like how a greens mower does on the turf. It's gonna sit. It's gonna be planted, and it's gonna get a good cut. It's gonna be a very true cut based on the way the mower is set up. Let's see. So it's
And I want
gonna
to be clear, I don't want to poo-poo the Rolex. Please don't take that as the takeaway. They're just two different mowers, and we just went a different direction.
Sure. James Smith says metric. I think it's going to be imperial. I think
Imperial.
yeah.
This is a U.S. mower. Like, this wasn't a mower that we took from a different country and just introduced to the U.S. This is truly a mower that we designed specifically and only for the U.S. This mower is not going to be available in Australia or South America or Europe or Canada or Canada. Like this, we built this for us. We built this for the U.S. and our turf and our situation, our challenges. So yeah, it won't be a metric. Everything's going to be half-inch imperial. That's the other thing. Every part of this mower is built off a half-inch bolt. I don't know how they accomplished that, but pretty much every single bolt is a half-inch. Just to
Nice.
simplify it. Those things matter to me.
Nice. So we got Stuart Williams. He says, "Congrats, Lee. This is exciting from the Rolex team."
Stuart, CEO of Rolex.
Nice.
Figured they'd
Nice.
be on.
Nice. Cool. Thanks for being on
What's up,
the live
Stuart?
stream. Appreciate you. Let's see here. Pablo says, "I'm so pumped to see this new mower. You're gonna like it, man. It's again, it's built like a brick, man. It's a solid piece of equipment." Dimitri, people are trying to get the discount. He says for local orders for pickup, is there a discount from shipping?
There always is. So any mower that we manufacture, sell, anything, there's always the option to pick up locally, zero cost. That's always an option, and it's that checkout.
Okay.
With any mower any product that we sell, not just mowers, anything you want, you can always pick up locally and not pay for shipping.
All right. And then next up we got James Smith. He says, "Is the single height of cut adjustment knob similar to the Hudson Star height of cut adjustment knob?"
Sorry. I'm not familiar with the
Yeah, I
Hudson
don't-
Star off the top of my head. It's very similar to what you'd see on a greens mower. It's a turn dial, very similar to what the Rolex has. It's a knob right in front of the reel that you turn, and it kind of cranks as slow or as fast as you want the roller up and down. If you think about a True Cut or a McLean, we have notches to do the same thing. This is more of a turn dial where you don't have to stop at a certain interval. You can kind of control it a little bit more. I hope that makes sense, but more to come on that when we release it for sure. You'll see detailed pictures of everything.
Gotcha. Cool. Very, very nice. Let's see if there's any other mower related questions. Dwayne's World Party Time. Excellent. Here's the thing. Dwayne, Lee, I don't think you should sell Dwayne a mower. Dwayne has a problem. I'm trying to do an intervention. Dwayne has more real mowers than I know. He probably has more real mowers than you do. He says, looking at this new stream all week, very excited about the new mower. Definitely looks like a winner. Congrats. He's gonna probably get one, knowing him. He's got like one of everything.
I saw that he keeps getting more and more mowers. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah. We got Australia. Grunt Hunt says, "G'day from Australia." Yep. Hi, what's going on, Grunt? Cool. Well, Lee, I know we said an hour. We're an hour and 22. Any parting words before I go back up and start answering the other questions that folks have in the live stream? Anything else you want to share before you leave us?
Other than just saying, hey, thanks for having me, Ron. I always appreciate you and your feedback and your knowledge. Many of these names, it always makes me smile as I see the comments scroll down. These are names that I've seen many, many times through Real Rollers, whether it's through our business or even talking on the phone or via email. So the community is unique. The community is tight. And I love that there is a community that share the same passion for turf, the same therapy. That moment to be OCD, go out in your yard and just own your yard and step back and say, you know what, I did that. That's not common, but amongst us, it is common. And I'm still that nerd that drives down the road with one AirPod in and listens to podcasts and in YouTube videos. I'm addicted to it. And it's not because of the business. It's because I'm truly passionate about the same things that y'all are. And at the end of the day, hold us accountable. My only goal for Real Rollers, again, we just want to make real mowing easier and more accessible. The results are proven. No one questions whether mowing with a real mower or a rotary is better. That's been proven up and down. Now it's how well can we make this easy for more and more people to enjoy it and focus more time on enjoying the turf as opposed to doing maintenance, service, sharpening, and the like, and that's really our goal at Real Rollers. So we'll keep coming with ideas. If you guys have product ideas or something that we can do to help you, reach out to us. We are a vital part of this community and want to stay that way.
Very, very cool. Yeah, Dwayne, I don't know if Lee says it will be difficult to ship to California. I can't imagine that.
Never.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
Dwayne's a great
And then
guy.
I guess our very last question before Lee goes, can you use this mower on a putting green, or will it be too heavy and push over the grass?
I can't speak with full confidence, but I don't think that when you cut that low, the grass gets pushed over too much. I believe the lower we go, the stiffer we get in most situations. But I can speak with honesty. I've never tried to mow a putting green with this specific mower, but I think you would react like any other real mower. The design's to go low.
Yep. Well, cool. Again, Lee, thank you so much, man. Again, I know you said an hour. We're coming up on an hour, hour and 30. Thanks for coming to hang out. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And again,
life and kids. I'm so sorry.
I got you. Feel free, guys. So listen, I don't have any other information other than that. I've seen the mower. I've mowed with it. It's a great piece of equipment. If you have any other questions, bug him. Like, call Real Rollers. Don't email me. Don't fill up the comment section and ask me questions that I can't answer. Let anything you guys want to know what the mower really needs to come from Lee at Real Rollers. So just reach out to him and he will hook you guys up. And again, you said middle of September is what you're shooting for as far as pre-orders. And then
full release.
Yeah, for the full release. Cool. Very, very nice.
This was for the Ron Henry group. You guys want to give a little secret release with y'all.
Yeah, man, it's special. And I appreciate it. I appreciate getting the first look and allowing me to see the mower, allowing me to cut with it, and also announcing it here on the live stream. So I think that everyone's gonna really enjoy the machine when they get a chance to mow with it. So awesome.
Thank you, guys.
All right, sir. Have a good night. Take care. We'll see you next week at some point, I'm sure.
All right. Yeah,
all right. Take care. All right. Bye. All right, guys. Well, that's it for Lee. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We're going to go back out, go through and continue our regularly scheduled program. We're going to go through and answer questions, but hopefully you guys, it was worth the wait and the anticipation of having him on the live stream as far as, the new mower, the Revolution. Again, I've mowed with it. It's a nice piece of equipment you guys are going to enjoy. You're going to like it. All right. So someone that was asking me a question over and over and over, and I want to make sure I address this before I go all the way up, is RV18. He says, Ron, does ammonium sulfate bring down your pH? Yes. And then does Pillar SC only come by the gallon? Thanks. So yes, as far as lowering your pH levels, using a sulfate is a good strategy for doing that. There's one here. I think I keep it bookmarked because I get this question so frequently. If I can find it, I guess so frequently. There's a sulfate product that I've linked you guys before in the past that's a great choice for lowering your pH. It's from Earth ammonium sulfate. It's from Earthway or Earth something. I forget the name of the company that makes it. They sell it on Amazon, and it comes in. Let me find it, and I'll link it. Oh, here we go. I got it here. It's Earth Science. That's who makes it. That is who makes it. Let's see here. Earth Science sulfate. So I want to get you the correct link, so you'll be all set. That one, and you're going to want the larger bag. So here we go. Yep, this one. This is what you want to use for lowering your soil pH. RV. So you've got that now here in the chat. So at RV. There you go. Yep, that is for lowering your soil pH. And then the question about, does Pillar SC only come in a gallon? It doesn't come in a gallon. So it comes in, it's actually less than a gallon. Half a gallon is 64 fluid ounces. And then this comes in a 43.5 ounce bottle. And you say, why 43.5 ounces? Why that? Why 43 and a half ounces? If you know how many square feet is in an acre, it's, right at 43,500, right? So the application rate for Pillar SC is 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet. So this one bottle will treat up to an acre. So yeah, it doesn't come in a gallon size. This is again under a gallon. This is a quart. What is it exactly in imperial? It's 1.36 quarts, or 43 and a half ounces RV. And if you want to know where you can get that, on the golf course lawn store, if you were to go to shop and then fungicide, insecticide, it's right there. Pillar SC. And again, that one bottle will treat up to an acre. It's 1 ounce per 1,000 square feet is your application rate. And I'm going to fix this to where, there we go, just like that. Okay, so hope that helps, sir. If you have any other questions, let me know. And yes, you've got the sulfate product, and you've also now got a link to Pillar SC. So you'll be all squared away. All right, so now let me scroll back up and find out where we left off as far as questions. Offered NV here on Instagram is saying, hey, what's going on? Yeah, he says, are they on IG? Yeah, so they are. It's Real Rollers Off-Road Envy on Instagram. If you're looking for Real Rollers, they do have an Instagram account. It's Real Rollers. If you just search for that, you'll find them. It's going to be like a black box with like red text. Like that's their colors, like bulldog colors, black and red, right? So look them up, and you can find them on the gram if you want to reach out to them. So good stuff. All right. So now always the fun part, finding out where we left off. Well, before we started talking about the new mower. So I'll put some intermission music on while I find out where I left off. Cool. All right. I got it. So Bermuda DIY guy, I believe this is correct, is where we are. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. First season with a reel. I've noticed as the season progressed, the mower started leaving indentations in the turf. The cut is still clean, but the lines are very noticeable. Yeah, so what you're going to find, Bermuda DIY guys, when you first get a reel mower, or if you start putting it on a lawn where you scalped at the beginning of the year, or the turf has been thinned out somewhat. As you begin mowing throughout the year, and it thickens up, the mower tends, and you don't do anything to thin it out, the mower tends to ride, or I'd say float, but tends to ride on the top of the grass, and that can cause scalp marks. It can, if you're mowing the same pattern every single time, you can start to have on the edges, like with the reel, particularly on the edges of the rollers, on each other roller, is where you'll start to see lines form. So things that you can do to correct that are, thing one, vary your mowing pattern. That will help prevent lines or like hot spots in the lawn. And then second, if you can do something to thin the lawn out, verticutting is something I'm a big fan of. If you don't want to do that, you can alternatively scalp the lawn. That is going to be, obviously it's going to look not as good if you go that route versus verticutting, but that is another way to restore the way the mower cuts to the way it was, say, in April, May, early June timeframe. So what you're experiencing is completely normal, and the way you correct it is, again, make sure you're varying your mowing pattern, and then also thin out the turf. So do, again, like mid-season, how to cut, reset, scalp, and that will help restore it. Make sure when you do the scalp that you have the catcher on it and you're taking all that debris, all those clippings out of the lawn. You don't want to go through and scalp the lawn and throw all that garbage back into it. You're kind of defeating the purposes of doing that if you don't eliminate you don't take the clippings out as well. So hope that helps, sir. And you asked the question, does that mean I need to scarify / verticut? Yes. If you can verticut, that is what I would recommend. And then second would be scalping, mainly because you're able to verticut if you do it correctly without really having a huge impact or negative impact to the appearance of the lawn. You know what I mean? So that's why I would say if you can verticut, go that route. Scarification or turf raking is also a good option as well. And then the last thing really would be scalping, mainly because the lawn just looks uglier once you're done with that versus the other methods. So hope that helps. Next up is Justin Judkins. He says, I just got a Sun Joe verticutter to help with the rifling from the manual reel mower on Bermuda at 3/4 of an inch. What is the best order to thin out the lawn? Mow and then verticut, then mow, and you need to scalp. So what I would do is you shouldn't have to scalp the lawn. Whatever your current current height of cut is, just verticut the lawn at that height. So say if you're mowing currently at 3/4 of an inch, go out there, verticut it, and then once you're done verticutting it, you're going to want to do a cleanup mow. So the sequence that I use on my lawn is I verticut, then I turf rake to make sure I get all the debris out, as much of it as I can, and then I finish up with a mow. So I verticut, turf rake, and then mow anytime I verticut my lawn. I'm trying to think why you would mow first, and I can't think of a good reason to do it, because you're going to want to mow when you're done afterwards anyway, because it just cleans it up and gives it a more tidy appearance once you're done with the verticutting and turf raking. So verticut and then mow is what I would say, Justin. No need to scalp if you're going to be verticutting it. Cool stuff. And then Rio Hitman says, keep up the good work, Ron. I will try my best, man. I will absolutely do my best. I really enjoy this. I mean, it's a cool opportunity. It was really cool, when Lee said, hey, I want to talk about the new mower, and I want to, use the show, use your platform to be able to do that. I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, viewers would love it. So I'm glad you guys got to be the first to hear about it. I've already seen the machine. I've already mowed with the machine, and you guys will be pleasantly surprised whenever you get a chance to actually run it. It's the cool thing about it is that there's so much. You really can't discount how much, like, taking all the things about other mowers that you don't like and solving those problems before you bring it to market is really a game changer, because you take the mower, you set it up, and you mow with it, and it's gonna have everything. I mean, the grooved roller that it comes with. I mean, I've held it. The thing is, it's 17 pounds. Think about it. You know what I mean? It's like a dumbbell. It's a thick piece of equipment. So yeah, I'm glad you guys are gonna get a chance here eventually to not so in the near future to be able to have one of those in your hands and be able to cut with it. Cool. So next up is Daniel B. He says, hey guys, I have a California trimmer and I was planning on switching from a smooth to grooved roller. What are the benefits? Great question, Daniel. So I like a grooved roller over a smooth roller for a couple of reasons. A smooth roller, while it does produce nice stripes, and whenever you're getting into real mowing, a lot of mowers will come with a smooth roller. What you will find is the smooth roller tends to push or fold the grass down, so the cut that you get isn't quite as good as what you get with a grooved roller. Think of a grooved roller as almost like rolling a comb over the lawn. So you've got these areas, the grooves, for the grass to stick up through. So the cut that you get with a grooved roller tends to be more even, more consistent than what you get with a smooth roller. As your heights of cut go lower, again, even then, the grooved roller produces a better cut. So to me, there's not really a scenario where I would opt for a smooth roller over a grooved roller. They're better in every way, from a standpoint of quality of cut. There is a YouTube video that the USGA did many moons ago, and I really wish I bookmarked it, but they actually did a test of cutting greens with smooth rollers and grooved rollers, and what they found was the exact same thing. As far as whenever they have, they took a prism gauge, which, if you guys don't know what that is, it's a contraption with a mirror with a prism in it that allows you to very accurately measure the height of cut and also inspect how even the height of cut is on turf. And the quality of cut that was produced with a grooved roller, it was visually noticeably better than what you got with a smooth roller, and the amount of clippings that came off with a grooved roller at the same height was more than what came off with a smooth roller. And which is why when you see greens mowers, they pretty much all have grooved rollers on them. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a greens mower with a smooth roller, and I don't think so. I don't even know if you can buy a smooth roller for a Toro. It might be an option, but I've never seen one in person that has a smooth roller on it. So grooved is the way to go, in my opinion. If I had to give any negative, what would the negative be to a grooved roller? They're more expensive. They tend to be more expensive than smooth rollers. That's probably the negative. But outside of that, they're better, in my opinion, practically every way. Like the cut's better. As you go lower, it's better. It's the cut. If you want the best possible cut, put a grooved roller on your mower. That is what I would tell you. Great question. Appreciate it. Next up is Scott Harrington. Scott Harrington. He says, I'm lurking tonight myself, taking the Buckingham on her maiden voyage. Wish me luck. Nice, Scott. Very, very cool. Got to take pictures. Take pictures after you're done cutting with the Buckingham. Very nice. Congrats again on that mower. If you guys remember, Scott was the guy that got two. What did you get, Scott? You got a Buckingham, and you also, was it a Kensington? You got like two Owlets. You got a deal on buying two of them. So I forget what the other one was. It was a smaller Owlet. But yes, congrats on that. Keep us posted as far as how it does on the lawn. I'm sure it's going to do well. Owlet doesn't really make bad mowers. They don't make bad cutting machines. All right, let's see. Short Grass Living says, hey, Lee, thanks so much for an awesome product. I bought a roller and then found an old mower for it. So you bought the roller first and then found a mower to put the roller on. That's a different way of doing it. Yeah, I'm sure he'll appreciate that. He's probably still listening in now. Jermaine Bowles is up next. He says, hi, Ron from San Antonio, Texas. What's going on, Jermaine? Thanks for saying hi. And then next is Gary Freeman. He says, hey, Ron, and hashtag Stripe Action Gang and Real Rollers. I have a question about the McLean Real Mower. Somehow it has started to cut lower on one side than the other, but it still cuts paper all across. Thoughts? I wish Lee were still here, because I don't know on that one, Gary. I don't. If it's cutting lower on one side than the other, something's out of whack. I mean, I don't know if there's I don't even know how the roller mounts on a McLean, but what I might check is that you don't have like the brackets that hold the roller in place. They haven't slipped or something. In other words, the roller is what I would look at first. That's what I'm trying to think of what would cause the mower to cant in one direction over another. And the roller is the thing, like how it's mounted is the thing that I would look at. I would look at next. And then the way you can correct for that is if the roller does have some adjustment, has a means of adjustment, get your, I don't have it here, but I have an AccuGauge. If you look right, well, you can't see it, but where the hats are, I have an AccuGauge, and you can put that on one side of the roller, and then the drum, and check your height of cut there. And as you move to the other side that's cutting high or low, make your adjustment until they are both even. There might be something else that is specific to the McLean that causes it to cut unevenly, but the thing that I would look at would be how the roller is mounted to make sure there's not something a bracket or something that's canted or something that's slipped slightly that's causing the problem. That would explain why it still cuts paper all the way across. But if one side of the roller is slightly higher than the other, didn't take very much. I mean, a quarter of an inch is enough to produce a difference in the cut on one side of the machine. So that is what I would look at. You can always reach out to Lee at Real Rollers. Perhaps he's had that problem before and he can offer some more assistance, but the roller is what I would check first. Electric Hambone says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, Electric Hambone? Appreciate you. And then next up is Bermuda DIY Guy. He says, one other question for you, Ron. You've always said you apply Primo every 2 weeks at half rate. Do you ever follow growing degree days? I've read that at certain points, re-app would be every 8 days. I don't follow growing degree days, Bermuda Guy DIY, mainly because I've had great results just doing taking the monthly rate and cutting it in half and just spraying every couple of weeks. I've had good results with the lawn stinging regulation. I've not really had issues with it coming out. So that is what I stick with, primarily because while growing degree days is, from a precision standpoint, is more precise. If you're trying to get as precise as you can with your growth regulator applications, it is the best way to do it. But to your point, sometimes it might have you out there applying on day 11 instead of day 14 like I normally do it. And I don't want to have to go out and do an application just to spray Primo just to do that, a couple days earlier than I normally would. And my personal experience, spraying every 2 weeks at the half rate produces a great result. So what I would say is try it. Just try doing it every couple of weeks. what I recommend. And if you find that, hey, towards the end, like this time of year, towards the end of 2 weeks or before you hit that next 2 week interval, you're seeing a big flush of growth, perhaps you can try growing degree days. What I have personally, my thoughts on the matter, for most people, the juice isn't really worth the squeeze. In other words, the amount of extra time that it takes to do that, and the fact that if it said to go out and spray, say at day 10 or day 11, you're going out and doing an application of Primo and only Primo, it just you're creating more work for yourself. You see what I mean? Because all my other products, all my other stuff, I'm spraying every 2 weeks. Like the carbon kit and the liquid fertilizer that gets sprayed every 2 weeks, first and the 15th of the month. And Primo goes in the tank along with that. So if you're following growing degree days, what would happen is you would end up spraying on the first whenever I do my granular. And then let's say it says day 10, you should be doing another Primo app. Now on day 10, I'm going out just spraying Primo. And then day 14, I'm spraying the carbon kit and the other products again. So again, while you can do it, and while, yes, it is technically more precise, I have not found any negative problems, any issues from just spraying every 2 weeks. That's what I do. I've done that, and it's produced great results in my lawn. So play with it if you like, but I found that it's, again, for most people, and in my case, it just hasn't been necessary. So I try not to create extra work for myself when I don't have to. So hope that helps, sir. If you have any other questions, let me know. But play with it. That's the beautiful thing about lawn care. You can always play with it, and you can try it out for yourself and see how it works for you, and if you like the results that you get using growing degree days. All right, next up is Gerald Jennings. He says, hey, Ron and Lee, my 25-inch California trimmer is burning through clutch belts. What am I doing wrong? That's a question for Lee. He's not here right now, unfortunately, Gerald. Sorry. I would reach out to them, and he'll be able to help crack that one for you, help solve that problem for you, because I do not have a McLean, so I don't know why yours would be going through belts, unfortunately. Let's see. Next up, we have Troy Annabelle. He says, I just bought a California trimmer to prepare for the lower cut. Should I lower to the lowest setting on my Honda rotary? I've been cutting at the second lowest setting for a couple of months now. I don't know how low your Honda rotary goes, Troy. If you want to step your lawn, let's say your Honda rotary goes down to 1.5 inches, and you're planning on, with the trimmer, cutting at 1 inch. Yes, it would be good to take your rotary down, or to take the grass down to the lowest setting that the rotary will run at. Here's the thing you might find, though. You might get quite a bit of scalping with the rotary that you will not get with the California trimmer, especially if it has a roller on the front, right? If it has like a solid or a groove roller on the front of it, you're likely to get the scalping that you will get with the rotary, even though the rotary is cutting at slightly higher heights. But if you're trying to reduce the amount of clippings, the amount of debris that you're going to be taking out of the lawn the first time when you switch to the reel mower, using your rotary to go down to the lowest height is a good strategy. But so I would just say, if you get scalping when you do that, don't look at that and say, oh, well, wow, my reel mower is not going to work on my lawn, because reel mowers, especially if they have grooved or have a roller on the front of them, grooved or otherwise, are less prone to scalping the turf than a rotary mower is. So yes, I would do that. I would lower the height of cut on your rotary, take it down low, and then switch to your reel mower and continue on with your mowing. One thing to keep in mind with you just switching to going from rotary to reel, when you first switch from a rotary mower to a reel mower, the lawn is not going to look awesome like the very first time you cut it with a reel mower. Like it'll be even, but as far as it staying green and looking good between cuts, it's going to take a few mows for that to begin happening. So I would say when you make the transition by week 2, assuming you're cutting 2 to 3 times a week, you should see a very noticeable visual improvement in the color of the turf between mowings. But the first time you go from rotary to reel, it's not going to look as good as it's going to look a couple of weeks later after you are regularly reel mowing the lawn. So just something to prepare for. You're not doing anything wrong if the lawn looks a little bit off when you first make the switch. So just something for you to keep in mind as far as that goes, Troy. So hope that helps. All right, next up, we have Robert Rainey. He says, I definitely work it down, 80, 120, etc. See? So saying, man, you're that guy. You want to get it. And there is a strategy to that, right? Whenever you sharpen a knife, right, there are different kind of grinding stone. There are different, you start with a coarser one, and then you go finer and finer and finer to really polish that edge. Then you can take a leather and finally finish up, clean up any burrs and really get that really fine but polished edge, and it's going to produce a great cut. So I get it, Robert. Like, what you're doing is more work, but it does result in a sharper mower. So I get it why you want the 220 grit. And it sounds like Lee's going to make that happen for you. So if we get 220 grit option for our backlacking compound, we'll call it the Rainy Special, the Robert Rainy Special. All right, next up is C Pims. He says the edging work is done by a string, by the way. Nice. This is pretty comfortable, and I got it pretty good doing that way. That is impressive. That's definitely impressive. For if this is done with a string, that's really good. That's nice, man. Yeah, nice work. I gotta hand it to you. That's clean. It's better than I would do with a string trimmer. But like anything, right, Colin? The more you do it, the better you get at it. So your string trimmer game is definitely on point. All right, next up we got Mr. Mark Luna. He says, good evening, fellas. Happy Friday, everyone. Looking forward to another great stream. Thank you so much, Mark. Thanks for coming to hang out. I really do appreciate that. And next up, he has a question. He says, Ron, quick question. Do you recommend scarifying and verticutting or just verticutting to thin out and remove debris from your lawn? Thank you. What I would say is verticutting is, out of those two, verticutting is the better strategy for thinning out the lawn, Mark. What I tend to do whenever I verticut is I will verticut and then I will turf rake or scarify to make sure I get as much debris out, and then I'll finish up with mowing the lawn. So I verticut, I scarify, and then I mow. If you can only have the option to do one of those two, you could verticut and mow, and that would produce a great result as well. So hope that helps. So yes, I mean, the scarification, running the scarifier or turf rake is not really, it's really just more for cleaning up the debris that gets left behind from verticutting. That's really the reason why I tend to do that. So just know that it's not like I'm not getting the benefits out of it that I normally do when I scarify or I turf rake before my normal mowing sessions. It's really more just as a means to further clean up any debris that doesn't go into the grass catcher from verticutting. So great question, Mark. Great question. And then, but the thing that's important, I'd say, whether you do verticut or scarify, is definitely finish up with a mow once you're done. That's going to really set the lawn off and make it look really nice. It's going to give it that nice finished look. I wouldn't verticut it and just leave it like that after you're done verticutting, because it's not, what tends to happen when you verticut is it tends to stand a lot of the grass up, right? So it does go through, thins the turf out, but it also tends to stand the grass up a bit. So if you go after that with a mower, it's really gonna, you're gonna get a nice, clean, even cut, and again, give it that really manicured and finished appearance. So hope that helps her. Great question. JB says thumbs up, JB. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate you. Next, we have Retro Marine. He says, good evening, Ron and Lee. When applying Celsius and Certainty with my Yard Mastery backpack sprayer, should I use the low or high pressure setting? Thanks for what you do for the community. The low pressure setting, Retro. I don't use the high pressure setting on the Yard Mastery sprayer for applying Celsius and Certainty, for spraying liquid fertilizer, for spraying pre-emergent, for spraying fungicide. It's all the low pressure setting. So you're going to want to use the low pressure setting when you're using the Yard Mastery sprayer and you're putting down herbicides. So so hope that helps. Yeah, no need for that. I'll tell you a scenario where you could use the high pressure setting if you wanted to. When I spray fungicides, I use a low pressure setting. But let's say you wanted to use more carrier. So you wanted to spray, say, Pillar SC, right? If you look at the label for this, it says you can spray this at 2 gallons per thousand, 2 gallons of water per 1,000 square feet, or 4 gallons of water per 1,000 square feet. If you wanted to get down 2 gallons of water in around the same walking pace, what you could do is you could go to the high pressure setting, and then the sprayer, when you're walking, you're gonna put out closer to that 2 gallon per 1,000 rate, versus running at the low pressure setting and having to walk the air. Either walk really, really slowly or walk the area more than once. So that's the only scenario I could see where if you're putting down a fungicide and you were wanting to use more carrier, we want to put more water down whenever you're putting down the fungicide. That's an argument that can be made for the high pressure setting. But again, pretty much for everything I'm doing on the lawn, it sits on that low pressure setting. So yeah, so hope that helps. Great question as far as that goes, because that will make a big difference as far as your application rates, right? If you run it at the high pressure setting, unless you are really, really walking fast, you're going to overdo it, which can lead to problems. So great question as far as which pressure setting. Low is the way you're going to want to go. The T-jet tip, right? The spray tip that it comes with is like it produces the droplet size that it produces works better at the low pressure setting. It's designed to run it at lower pressures than like the 90 psi or whatever the Yard Mastery puts out whenever you run it at the high setting. So for those reasons, run it at the low setting whenever you're spraying Celsius, Certainty, Primo, the carbon kit, like any liquid fertilizers, pre-emergent, the low pressure setting is what you're going to want to use. So yeah, thanks for asking that. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, next up we have, let's see here. Looking for our next question. It's a sidebar with Andrew and Bermuda Guy, and there's a lot of chat, a lot of talk about about the new mower from Real Rollers. Randall Lars up next says, good evening, Ron. Have a great show tonight. I appreciate that, Randall. And on the topic, Randall, you are here. You sent me some pictures earlier, and you guys want to see a good looking lawn, like especially this time of year, a lawn is looking that's still preserving the color and looking really sweet. So Randall sent some pictures. So this is shot number 1. This is his back lawn. That color is looking very nice, if I do say so myself. This is a shot of the front lawn. This is my favorite picture. I love how, I guess it's a ditch for drainage, but how the lines how it just flows in and out of that. I mean, it's just a really, just visually, it's a very pretty picture. And then finally, another one here showing that diamond cross-cut pattern, which is really, really nice. Again, overall, looking great. This time of year, it's not an easy time for lawns. They are under stress given the amount of heat, and your lawn is still doing great. The color looks great. And you're doing a good job mowing it, Randall. So again, thank you for sending the pictures ahead of time on the show. And again, keep up the great work. Lawn is looking pretty awesome. All right, next up we have Jonathan Daza. He says, "Hey Ron, looking forward to a great show. Try our best." He says, "I have turf type tall fescue in Los Angeles. When should I apply my first application of pre-emergent and fall winter chemicals? Thank you." Great question, Jonathan. So I'm a fan of applying fall pre-emergent prior to soil temperatures entering into like the low 70s, high 60s. So what I tend to do is when the average soil temp is in the low 70s, that's when you want to get your pre-emergent down. That is going to help allow you to get ahead of weeds like POA and other cool season weeds that tend to be a problem, tend to be in germinating when soil temps get in that 60 to 70 degree range. To further help with that, yesterday to be more correct, we released a blog post on this very topic, on the ultimate guide to fall weed control. It talks about pre-emergent applications, timing of that, how to use post-emergent herbicides along with pre-emergent to really get weeds under control. And really, the reason why this is so important, guys, is that great lawns next year really start with fall pre-emergent. Like if you get your fall pre-emergent right, if you get that done, you're going to be way ahead of the game for your spring lawn care program. Because you think about it, if you do a good job with your fall pre-emergent, you're going to have a lot less pressure in your lawn from POA. So just as far as just getting you ahead of the curve to have a great lawn next year, it starts now. It starts really in late August, early September. As far as time frame, and again, the blog post will go into this, I'm a fan of getting my pre-emergent down in late August to the first week of September. That's what I found works well in my area. But again, the most correct answer is as soil temps are in the low 70s and trending cooler, that's when you want to get your pre-emergent down. So great question, Jonathan. I will link this to you here as well. It's the pinned comment in the live stream, and anyone that's watching this after the fact, we'll have it as the pinned comment as well. So you guys will be able to see this the blog post on fall weed control strategies. But yeah, check that out. I would say in your case, again, I don't know what the weather's like in LA, but again, when soil temps, not air temps, when soil temps are in the low 70s and trending cooler, get your pre-emergent out. And that will serve you well as far as keeping weeds under control. Great question. All right, next up we have Julius Elias. Julius Elias is up next. It's a good question. Making a note about Jonathan Daza. All right, Julius Elias is up next. He says, I put down Celsius WG and high yield surfactant. When will I see results? I did it on Thursday. So what you tend to find is 10 to 14 days after you apply it is when you will begin seeing discoloration in the weed that you're targeting, Julia. So if you just did it Thursday, today is Friday, so Thursday is like literally yesterday, you really don't even bother looking at it until, say, Monday of the following week. So not this Monday coming up, but like, you know, a week from Monday. Give it time. You know, depending on the weed that you're targeting, you may see it begin to yellow sooner. But the thing about Celsius is that because it does a great job controlling weeds without injuring or while minimizing injury to your grass, it tends to work a little bit slower. So 10 to 14 days this time of year is when you can expect to see visible results. So hope that helps. And the fact that you use surfactant with it is also good. That is going to that's going to ensure that you get a good result with the product. Just be patient. Don't go out and reapply it because, again, like Celsius and Certainty are not like Roundup. They're not like Roundup. They're not like the new Miramichi organic, weed control, like that new concentrate product they just came out with. Where, you know, with some glyphosate products, or let's say with the with the Miramichi organic weed control, like you'll spray that on weed, on like spurge, and literally 20 minutes later you're going to start seeing it yellowing, and then the next day it's like burnt to a crisp. It's gone, it's dead, right? So but that is different. That's a non-selective herbicide. Like selective herbicides tend to work a bit slower, and Celsius is falls in that category. It's going to do a good job. It's going to control, assuming the weed that you're sprayed is one that it's labeled to control. 10 to 14 days is when you should begin seeing your results with it. So again, thanks for the question. Really do appreciate it. And if you have any other questions, let me know. But yeah, just be patient. Don't go out and get impatient and do another application like a couple days from now because you haven't seen results yet. It will work. Give it time. I'd say 2 weeks, 10 to 14 days is what you'll be looking at. All right, next up is Nathan D. He says, "What are your favorite Bermuda grass seeds in order and why?" There's really only two that I have direct experience with, Nathan, and they are Princess 77 and Arden 15. I like Arden 15 because it germinates fast. Like as far as like a germination rates, it's much faster than Princess 77. 10 days with good conditions, you'll start seeing Arden 15 germinate. I find that the leaf of Princess 77 to be a bit finer than what Arden 15 produced, in my opinion. So they both visually are great. They're both very pretty grasses. Princess 77 is a great grass seed. You can't get it anymore, unfortunately. Arden 15 is also great grass. You can't get it anymore. Arden 15 germinates faster than Princess. And those are the two that I have experience with. And that's as far as the things that stand out about them. They the germination rate of Arden 15 is what really stands out, and it tends to stay green longer. So Arden 15 comes out of dormancy faster than, say, like Tifway 419, and it goes into dormancy later than Tifway 419. So on my lawn, the areas, I mean, it's gotten a lot more even now over the years, but like the first year whenever I did the overseed with Arden 15, you could easily see the areas where Arden 15 was dominating more so than the original hybrid, than Tifway 419, the original hybrid Bermuda. And there's actually a series. If you go on my YouTube channel and you search, if you just search for Tifway versus Arden 15, I think I'm the only one that's done it. Done that comparison. If you go on to YouTube, search for Tifway versus Arden 15, and you'll see, I think it was a 10-part series that I filmed. Every single week, I went out there and I filmed how the lawn was going into dormancy from being relatively green, and then as it was going into dormancy, the differences between how Arden 15 maintained its color longer than Tifway did. But again, it's merely just an exercise just for you to see it because you can't get Arden 15 anymore, unfortunately. So there is that. So hope that helps, sir. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any of the other Bermuda grass seeds that are available now, like Monaco, Yukon, but I don't have any personal experience with them to be able to say what the pros and cons are with them. All right. Next up is Munir Mahid. He says, "I just got my Real Rollers Groove Roller for the True Cut H20. pretty easy to install, and I did indeed make a massive difference on my setup. Thank you for your advice, Ron, and thanks to Real Rollers for the great service. Yeah, man, I figured it would, because I know you told me you were having cutting issues. If I remember, I think your question was from either last week or 2 weeks ago. You were having like some scalping issues, and then I'm saying you shouldn't really be having a lot of scalping problems with the real mower, especially given the height of cuts that you're at. But then it came out, oh, you had the original caster wheels on there. I'm like, okay, well that makes a big difference. You know, once you put that roller on it, whether it be grooved or solid, that makes a night and day difference in the ability of the mower to resist scalping as you're cutting. So glad to hear that you got a great result. Glad to hear that it's doing better, and mow in good health. Enjoy your mower. Enjoy the new setup. Great stuff. All right, so Luis, I think I already answered Luis's question. I want to go down here and make sure that I didn't miss it. I don't think I did. I think I already got Luis's, yeah, so we did answer. His question was around real mowing. So I want to make sure that I took care of all the super chats, and I did. All right, so let's see where I left off. I'll put some snazzy intermission music on just for LG while I look for that. And guys, if you guys are enjoying the content, I know that we had Lee only for an hour. If you guys are enjoying it, we've only got 106 likes. There's 120 something of you guys here in the live stream right now. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button ever so gently, it's a free way to support the channel. Really does help me out. I really would appreciate it if you guys would not mind. And guys and gals on the gram, you guys are quiet tonight. What's going on? Normally you guys chat so much more. You're just sitting here just lurking, just taking it all in. I feel like you're not part of the conversation. Feel free to participate. Feel free to jump in with your questions and or comments. All right, so next up, all right, here we go. This is a good one. So next up, we have a question from Charles Taylor. He says, should you summer scalp Bermuda grass? It depends, Charles. If you're real mowing it, I think there's some benefits to doing a summer scalp or a verticut during the summertime. It helps to thin the turf out a bit, which is going to allow the mower to produce a more consistent cut over time, which you will find if you don't scalp the lawn or verticut it at some point, especially if you're real mowing it, is areas of the lawn where you didn't have scalping problems before, they're going to start presenting themselves, especially when you get from around mid-June all the way into August is when you're going to start seeing these types of issues. If you do a summer scalp or if you do a verticut, it thins out the lawn and then it restores the cutting quality that you got in the April, May, early June timeframe. So for those reasons, I'm a big fan of either summer scalp or verticutting. So great question. Hope that does help. And it doesn't take much. I mean, and as I've said, when other people have asked this question, make sure that you catch the clippings whenever you do the scalp. So if you decide you're going to scalp it, don't cut the lawn and just throw all the trash back into it. Make sure you get all those clippings in the grass catcher and take them out, throw them out. Don't scalp the lawn and throw all that debris right back into the lawn. That, in my opinion, would be a mistake. You're working against yourself by doing that. All right, we have a super chat. This one from Mr. Lance F. Thank you so much, Lance. I appreciate it.
Super chat received.
He said, thanks for all you do. Heading out to put down Essential G and Dirt Booster. Yeah, buddy. Currently in Reno at 89 degrees. Cool. Very, very nice, Lance. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like you're going to get there and do some work on the lawn. I like it. Put some Essential G out. Nothing wrong with that. It's a great product. And you put down some Dirt Booster. Sounds like fun. Enjoy. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream for a little bit. I do appreciate all the love and support. All right, next is Daniel. Is Daniel Ramirez? He just says, "Hey Lee, it's Daniel." I think that will mean something to Lee. I guess you guys know each other. Okay, this is a good question. One up from Oliver Ridham. He says, "Ron, are you still on the 11 blade with your Greensmaster 1600, or did you go back to the 8 blade?" I'm still on the 11 blade. Still on the 11, and it still cuts great. What's funny, Oliver, fun fact, like I had to cut the front lawn today, and it didn't get cut for 3 days because of all the rain we had. That wet stuff that falls out of the sky that for some reason just keeps dodging Oklahoma and dodging like the middle part of the country. So because of rain, I wasn't able to cut the front lawn, and so today I went out and I cut it with the 11 blade, and it still went through a bit taller grass like butter. No problems at all with that. So I love the 11 blade. I mean, I if you are someone that is cutting at 3/4 of an inch or shorter, highly recommend an 11 blade. If you're gonna be cutting above 3/4 of an inch, then I wouldn't do it. So if you look at Toro's guidance as far as like cutting heights for the type of reel, the upper end for the 11 blade is 3/4 of an inch. If you're 3/4 of an inch, 5/8, half an inch, that is like the sweet spot. It's going to do a great job. It's going to, and it does produce a very, very nice cut at 3/4 of an inch and shorter. I've never quite tried it higher than that because I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever cut with the Greensmaster above 3/4 of an inch to be able to tell you how it would do. But at 3/4, like butter, does great. Does a great, great, great job. And yes, I still have it. I will continue to have that until it needs to be replaced, and I'll probably put an 11 blade back on it. You know what I mean? I mean, you know everything that goes into changing the reel on a Greensmaster. One, it's not inexpensive, and it's not, you know, it's quite an involved process. If you're doing it right, you're changing the bearings, you're putting a new bed knife on it, you're doing a lot of stuff, so it's not cheap to do. So you don't just willy-nilly decide, hey, I'm just going to go from an 11 blade to an 8 blade. That is one benefit of like the interchangeable cartridge systems like the Owlet, in that if you want to go to, I think they make a 10 blade for this, right? If you want to go to the 10 blade, you just pop 2 dials and, you know, pull the lever and it's out and you drop a 10 blade in. So it's very easy to go to swap between different reels, whereas with a greens mower, it's a bit more involved than that. Charles Westmoreland, he says, happy Friday, Ron and crew. I currently have my fescue lawn under regulation here in the Northern Virginia. I plan on seeding in the fall. When do I stop PGR? Thanks. You technically don't have to, Charles. Like, PGR is not going to negatively affect your seeding. Like, if you're going to plan to overseed your fescue, you can, you know, you could literally spray PGR and do your grass seed on the same day if you wanted to. You could do your grass seed first and then spray PGR after on the same day if you wanted to. Because remember, Primo works by foliar uptake. You actually have to have a plant. You have to have some leaf for it to be absorbed. It's not going to have any effect on grass seed. So you technically don't have to stop using Primo whenever you decide to do your seeding project in the lawn this fall. If you check the label, it even says, it has some guidance. There's a little blurb on that saying that, you know, it's not going to affect your overseeding if you decide to keep spraying Primo. So I would keep using it unless for some reason you just don't want to use it anymore. You're like, hey, I want the lawn to grow faster, and you want to, you know, let the lawn come out of regulation. That's a choice, but it's not necessary to do that as part of your overseeding. So great question. It's a good one. That's a good one, Charles. Charles M. It's a good question as far as that goes. So, okay, next up we have Tillman Waters. Tillman Waters is up next. He says, I have several bare spots from killing the sedge. Do I need to reseed or just fertilize and water? Depends on the grass you have, Tillman. If you have a warm season grass like Bermuda or Zoysia, I would just give it time. It will fill in. If it's a large area, like if you had like a, you know, a 2 foot by 2 foot area that was all sedges and you got rid of them using some herbicide, what I would say is if you want to transfer plugs into that area to speed it up, that is what I would go for. I wouldn't introduce grass seed if you're dealing with a warm season lawn. If it's a cool season lawn, then yeah, sure, you can use you can seed those areas to help them recover a bit faster. But if it's, again, Bermuda, Zoysia, you know, St. Augustine, any warm season lawn for the most part, no need to use grass seed. You can either just be patient and let it fill in over time, or you can use plugs. You can transfer plugs into that section, and that will help it reestablish or help fill in that area that much faster. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. It's a good one as far as that goes. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do anything. You shouldn't need to reseed or anything like that to have it recover. So it depends on your grass type, though, is what I'm getting to. It does make a difference for cool season folks. Like, using grass seed is more of that's a common strategy to fill in areas that were damaged from disease or damaged from killing off weeds in the lawn. But for warm season turf, especially this time of year, because of how aggressively it grows, it tends to correct and heal itself over time. There's no reason to use grass seed, especially since if you figure, well, if you have like a Bermuda lawn, it's like Tifway 419. Tifway 419 grass seed isn't a thing, so you can't. There's not really a grass seed that you can buy that would match your existing grass. So that, for those reasons, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Good stuff. Great question, Tillman. And that was at 14. All right. So next up we have Joe Will. Joe Will. He says, Ron, any ideas on what I can put down on my Centipede this month? I have a lawn maintenance plan from Site One that says 5020 with iron, but they only carry Lesco, and I'm trying to get away from Lesco. So, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do, Joe Will. Something that's similar to what you've got as far as a fertilizer that contains some iron and that is a higher potassium fertilizer. If we go here to the Golf Course Lawn Store, if you go to Shop and then Lawn Fertilizer, you'll see this guy, the Stress 12024. So as far as being a higher potassium fertilizer with iron, this would be a good choice. If you wanted to substitute whatever that fertilizer is, it's the 5020 for this. This would work well on your lawn. That is what I would use in place of the Lesco product if you're trying to move away from that. And to help you out, I will send you a link here in the chat right now to that. So at Joe Will, and there you go. That's the product that I would use in place of the 5020. It has some iron in it. It's got all that. In addition, it's also got some humic acid and some kelp as well. So it's a really great product, well-rounded product. I think you'll really enjoy the results you got with it. Like I had someone here that came in literally on Instagram and just said, hey, my neighbor was in asking me what I've been doing because my lawn looks so great ever since switching to the 12024. So I think you're going to be very happy with the results that you get from that fertilizer if you decide to give it a go. Great stuff. All right, so Robert Rainey is up here. He's now on the gram. He says, hey, that John Deere has some tight tolerances, Ron. Your boy needs that 220. You have very tight tolerances. You are very demanding. So I get it. You want the 220 grit to be able to get it just so I can't hate on you because your lawn looks incredible. So, you can't argue with your results. People want to, I give you a hard time, Robert, but your lawn looks incredible. So whatever you're doing, keep it up. So Lee's going to make it happen for you. So good stuff. You ask and you shall receive, which is cool. Next up is Cody Taylor. He says, is the rear rollers mower going to have a rear drum? I think we already answered this one, but yes, it does. It does have a rear drum, and the rear drum does have slight grooves in it. So as far as it working on like slopes, it's going to do better than a greens mower. It's going to behave more like how a true cut does. Like a true cut on slopes is a thing of beauty. It works great. And this mower on slopes, I haven't tried it on my lawn, but I have no reason to believe that it's not going to perform very well on slopes based on the rear drum design. Good stuff. All right. So let me scroll past all the questions now that you guys had when Lee was still here. DW Davis says, very cool. It is. It's very cool. I think you guys are going to like it, man. It's a nice bit of kit. It's a nice bit of kit. RV already answered your question. And then Max George says, love my Empire Zoysia. Yeah, I got to tell you, I was not a fan of El Toro. I'm like, it looks kind of like St. Augustine. But I got today, I saw it in person. I was like, ooh, that's some good looking grass. I mean, when the grass looks good, grass looks good. You can't really hate on it. And El Toro this time of year is it's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'll have to see if I can go by and get do like a quick short tomorrow, maybe after karate. I'll go run by the turf park really quick and show you guys how that turf looks, because it's incredible. It's really, really beautiful grass. Very nice. It's something I would consider between that or the Xeon. I still kind of like the Xeon, but that El Toro is fire. It is fire. Cooper's dad is up next. He says, I'm trying out your Lebanon. He says, thanks so much, Cooper. I think you'll really like it. You said, I just spread your Lebanon 14714. Smallest particles I've ever seen. Anxious to see how the lawn responds. I think you'll be very pleasantly surprised as that how it will do. As far as particle size, you guys are wondering might be wondering what he's referring to. So I'll bring out my three props here to show the differences in prill size between fertilizers. So you've got this is Exhibit 1, Exhibit A, right? This is the prill size that you see in most fertilizers, like a 210 SGN size guide number. So that's like a rating system for the size of the prill. This is what you'll typically see from a lot of fertilizers that you'll buy online, and what you will see in a lot of the big box stores. Some of the big box stores, prills are even bigger than this, believe it or not. And then next up, you have Humic Max, my favorite, Love that fertilizer. This is a 210. This is 150 SGN. So if you look at the differences between those two, the prill size is just quite a bit smaller. Why is that a good deal? Why is that even important? If you think about it, you ever walk on a lawn after it's been fertilized and you see fertilizer like sitting on top of the lawn all over the place? That's not doing you a whole lot of good. Like fertilizer doesn't do any good when it's sitting on the leaf of the plant, sitting on the top of the lawn. And in some cases, it can be bad. It can actually burn the lawn if you allow it to sit there, right? So that's why a lot of times they'll say after you apply a granular fertilizer, water it in. Reason for that is to get it off the top of the lawn, get it into the soil where it can work. Because physics is a thing. This, being a smaller prill, is going to get past the leaf, can get past the plant and get into the soil better, faster, easier than this will. So you've got Exhibit A, Exhibit B, this is Humic Max. Next, we have Exhibit C. This is the prill size in the 14714 that Cooper's data is referring to, and also in the 12024. This is a greens grade prill. It's an 80 SGN. So it's a very, very fine prill. Move my drink here so I don't actually accidentally dump fertilizer into it. But if you look at the size of Humic Max, which again is very small, it's 150 SGN. If you look at 80, it's almost like a powder. You see the differences? So if you look at that, we can get the camera to focus on that. You see how fine that is. And then inside here, it's almost like a powder. It's like for reference, this is the tip of a pen, right? Tip of a pen. And if you look, you compare that to 210, right? And then 150. So you see how much smaller that is. And then finally 80 SGN. So you see it's you could fit like a lot of those on the tip of a pen. It's very, very fine. So as far as literally something fertilizer that you will apply and it will just disappear, literally it'll fall right through the canopy and into the soil. So when you water it in, it's going to begin working quite a bit faster than this, and even than Humic Max. You really can't beat the 14714 or the 12024. Both excellent fertilizers. Again, still super stoked that Lebanon allowed us to carry it, because for a while they're like saying, "No, it's greens grade. You guys don't really need that. You don't need the good stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, we do. We know the good stuff. We have good taste. Hook us up. Let us have it." And they did. So there you go. But yes, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, Cooper's dad, in addition to the fact that you also have some kelp, you also have some humic acid in it. It's a great all-around, well-rounded product, hence why we call it the complete 14714. So keep me posted on how it does for you. Like I said, I think you'll be very pleasantly surprised with the responses you get. All right, next up, I'm going to keep moving here. We're going to work through all the real mower questions that were for Lee. And next up, we have Doug 350Z with the twin turbo package. He says, just ran outside and did some Celsius Uncertainty spot spraying, mixed up a gallon and a half, left. I did my neighbor's vanity strip. He appreciated the extra. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, it's cool that you did some spot spraying. And that's the thing, guys. One of the questions, and part of the reason why I wrote that blog post, the one that's the pinned comment in the live stream right now, is when it comes to herbicides, when we're moving into the fall season, where you're going to be out there and you're going to be putting down pre-emergent. Some of you guys are still using post-emergent herbicides to control weeds in your lawn. It's really important to know what you can get away with and what you can't get away with if you're planning to overseed. So if you're planning to overseed your lawn this fall, so I'm talking to the cool season folks here, or even the folks, if you want to overseed your Bermuda grass with like a ryegrass. If you're planning to overseed, you don't want to use pre-emergent on your lawn. So pre-emergent and seeding a lawn, or whether it be overseeding or a seeding project, those two are mutually exclusive. If you put down pre-emergent, you're going to be working against yourself from a standpoint of the amount of germination you're going to get, because pre-emergent is designed to interrupt the plant's ability to grow roots. So if you go out there and you put down grass seed and you put pre-emergent in the soil, as soon as that grass starts to germinate and tries to start growing, the pre-emergent is going to kill it. So you're going to have a really bad result as far as the germination rate you're going to get if you decide to use pre-emergent and then try and overseed your lawn. So you're going to try and thicken up your lawn this fall, which is something that again, cool season folks tend to do, and they want to use grass seed as a way to do that, then you really don't want to apply pre-emergent. So that leaves you with, if you decide you're going to overseed, because you say that's the thing I want, I'm absolutely going to be overseeding my lawn. How do I control weeds? That's when you have to move more towards post-emergent herbicides. So products like Celsius, like Certainty, like Tenacity, like Sedge Hammer, like T-Zone, like there's a whole suite of products that you can use that are designed to target actively growing plants that are not going to negatively affect your germination rates that you're going to get from your grass seed. So it's something that we spell out pretty carefully, pretty meticulously in this blog post. If you read through it on our guide to controlling weeds in the fall, it discusses that several times, that if you are going to use pre-emergent, which again I'm a huge fan of using pre-emergent in the fall, because it's a great way to keep POA out of your lawn and other cool season weeds out of your lawn. But if you decide to do that, you are then making the decision to not overseed your lawn in the fall, because again, the two really work against themselves. Because I've gotten questions on like some of the YouTube shorts I've been doing, and also email from some folks saying, hey, if I'm planning to seed this fall, if I'm planning to seed, can I then do pre-emergent like a week or two later? And I'm like, no, do not do that. If you're planning to seed, you really don't want to use a pre-emergent have that in the soil whenever you're putting down grass seeds. So something to keep in mind. Like that is one area where like Tenacity as like more of a specialty type herbicide kind of shines, in that Tenacity can behave as a pre-emergent for like 3 to 4 weeks. So let's say you're doing a renovation in your lawn and you wanted to prevent weeds from germinating or having weeds being a problem in your lawn while you're going through and you're doing your seeding project. Like Tenacity can prevent weeds from growing for about a 3 to 4 week period. So it's not really truly a pre-emergent in the strictest sense of the word, from the sense that it gives you months of control, like what you get out of, like, say, dithiopyr or prodiamine, or if you have warm season grass, spectacle flow. But it can act as that stopgap to prevent weeds from running rampant as you're waiting for the new grass seed to grow in. But as a general rule, if you're overseeding, pre-emergent is a no-go. So if you want to have a good result with your overseeding, I mean, you can absolutely still do pre-emergent and overseed, but you're not going to get very good growth. So that's something you want to keep in mind. If you are making the decision to overseed your lawn this fall, you are deciding then you should not use pre-emergent. And what that means is you're going to have to control weeds after the fact. For warm season folks, that's not really as big a deal in my opinion. So if you're someone that has a Bermuda lawn, you say, hey, I want to overseed because I want ryegrass and I want my lawn to be green all winter. What that's going to mean is you're going to get some poannua more than likely in your lawn. And for warm season grass folks, we have a way to control POA for the most part. We can use Certainty. There's strategies we can use to get rid of that. For a cool season lawn, you really got to think twice if that's something you're going to want to deal with. You know what I mean? Because there's not really easy ways to control POA selectively in a cool season lawn without damaging the grass you want to keep. So just something to keep in mind. Unfortunately there's no free lunch when it comes to grass. So you have to kind of pick your poison, pick which way you want to go, and plan accordingly, and then run your program according to what you're trying to get out of it. So if you want to overseed, don't apply pre-emergent if you want to have get a good result. So hope that helps. I want to take a few minutes to chat about that, because it's a question I've gotten in email, in comments, and it's spelled out in this week's blog post, that if you're using pre-emergent, you don't want to be overseeding your lawn. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Andy Hall. He says, good evening, Ron. What is the best way to keep mushrooms out of my lawn/turf? If that's really a big deal to you, Andy, the more you can reduce the amount of debris, the amount of thatch in your lawn, that will help reduce the amount of mushrooms that you have growing in it. Like in my back lawn, I haven't seen a single mushroom all year, not one. And where that's coming from is the fact that there's just not really a whole lot of thatch in it at all, because of the regular turf raking that I do and that I catch all my clippings. If you're someone that mulches clippings back into your lawn, that is when you're going to see mushrooms be more of a thing, especially after periods of rainfall. So like if you're in Georgia, in Northeast Georgia, the amount of rain we've had here in the last few days, you're going to start noticing mushrooms starting to be a thing in your lawn over the next few days if your thatch levels are higher. So the way to control them is just to catch your clippings, and if you can also manage your thatch levels through verticutting and through turf raking, that will reduce the amount of mushrooms that you see in your lawn. It's not really a big deal. Like, I mean, it's not like mushrooms are a sign or a bad sign of anything bad happening. I mean, it's more like visually, if you don't like it, you can, you can turf rake and just manage the amount of thatch, the amount of debris in your lawn. That's gonna make a big difference in reducing it. Frankly, I would just run over it with the mower in the morning. When mushrooms were a problem in my lawn, or when they were a thing in my lawn, what would happen is you'd see them early in the morning, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, you'd see them there. And then by 10 o'clock or so, 10:30, as soon as it started getting hot, they would wilt and fall over. And if I mowed between then, before they fell over, I would just run over them with my mower, and then you didn't see them at all. You know what I mean? So it's really not that big a deal. I personally wouldn't worry about it if it were me. But if you want to reduce the amount of mushrooms in your lawn, reduce the amount of thatch, and the way you can do that is through turf raking and also from catching your clippings. So it's quite a bit more work to reduce something that really isn't that big of a deal. It's more of just a vanity thing if you just don't like the look of mushrooms in your lawn. So really your call whether you want to do that or not. All right, next up we have Travel with Payush. He says, hi, what's going on, Travel with Payush? Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you. Next up we have Haystar 1141 says, Ron, I am overseeding my cool season lawn this fall and would like to top dress. Would you recommend carbonized PN or Carbon Pro G? I am near Site 1. If you're going to be top dressing, meaning you're going to be using a leveling rake, I would lean towards carbonized PN. It's better for top dressing than Carbon Pro G. Carbon Pro G is easier to spread, but as far as from a product for top dressing work, carbonized PN is what I would roll with. That's what I've used on my front lawn. Whenever I've done like just a top dressing, I've used carbonized PN. I have not top dressed with Carbon Pro G or Essential G. I tend to use a more of a soil type product for that, which carbonized PN is perfect for. So I hope that helps. And make sure you load up. I mean, it's going to take more of the product than you might realize. And what did I do on the front lawn? I've done. The front lawn is like 1,800 square feet, and I've done like 25 to 30 bags. I think I've done on the front lawn before. So it really just depends on how heavy you want to go. You don't have to go that heavy, but given how fine carbonized PN is, like literally you put it down, you work it in, and it disappears. It's not like it builds up very, very much on the lawn whenever you're using it for top dressing. And again, you're really gonna like the results. If you guys want to see, I'll actually show you here. If you go look at the carbonized PN product page, you go to shop and then Miramichi Green and then look at carbonized PN. I think I've got some pictures here of how it looked. Yeah, so this is when I did it. This was probably 2-3 years ago when I top dressed with just carbonized PN on the front lawn. And that's me actually doing it. And then the results, the color, look at that. I mean, the color is just absolutely gorgeous. It's to die for. I mean, that's one thing you're going to really notice, Haystar, if you decide to go with doing that. The color after a top dress with carbonized PN, it's like a beautiful, deep, really, really deep green. Look, the lawn's going to look really awesome after you're done with it. So that's what you have to look forward to if you decide to go that route. So hope that helps. Have any other questions? Let me know. All right, next up is James Smith. So what are your recommendations on depth when it comes to verticutting? Great question, James. I like to set my verticutter between 2 to 4 millimeters above the soil surface. So I don't set it up to where the blades actually get into the soil. I set it up to where it's just above the surface. 2 to 4 millimeters is what I find produces a good result. If you're going to make 2 passes, then I would lean more towards higher, so 4 millimeters. If you're only going to make 1 pass through the lawn, then you can drop it down a bit more down to the 2 millimeter. So hope that helps. That is what I find produces a great result without unnecessarily stressing the turf when it comes to setting by verticutting height. Good question. Good question. And again, it really doesn't take much. Don't get too aggressive with it. You really don't have to get down there and carve big channels in to the soil whenever you're verticutting. All right, next up is Greg Lyon. He says, my Celsius certainty and surfactant has made lots of yellow spots in my yard and are slowly fading after 3 weeks. I am spraying the nut sedge individually and only giving them a quick squirt. Interesting, Greg. What I would say is the question I would ask for you is how much surfactant are you using whenever you're mixing it all together, right? Because again, it doesn't really take very much, especially if you're spraying. First of all, if all you're trying to control is nut sedge, I would not use Celsius. Like it's not necessary to use Celsius for that. I mean, it's not a cheap herbicide. So Certainty with just surfactant will do a great job controlling sedges. No need to use Celsius at all. And then when it comes to surfactant, it doesn't take very much. A couple of teaspoons is all you need with a couple gallons of water, and you're going to get a great result as far as controlling sedges. Sedges with Certainty, especially this time of year, really isn't difficult to do. So if you're getting yellowing, I don't know what rate you're using for Certainty. You know, for this time of year, if you went between 3 to 5 of the small scoops with 2 gallons of water and a couple of teaspoons of surfactant, that's all you really should need. If you're doing a heavier pour with surfactant, that is when you might start seeing some yellowing in the surrounding grass. So I would try backing that off a little bit if you're going heavier as far as how much surfactant you're using. Because again, it really doesn't take very much to produce a good result. So hope that helps. Next up is Harper's Knitter. She says, I wish I knew what verticutting was. I'll Google it while I listen. I use this super juice and it was so fun mixing and spraying. First timer, lawn looks great. Yeah, so verticutting, Harper's Knitter is, so you think about the way we normally cut the lawn, right? With a rotary mower, if the soil test kit is the surface of the lawn, with the rotary mower, the blades spin parallel to the lawn. They spin like horizontally, right? Like this, in the same plane as the grass. With a reel mower, it's similar along the same thing. The reel and the bed knife, the reel is spinning, and it traps the grass blade between the bed knife and the reel, and it cuts it like a pair of scissors, but it also is cutting on the same plane horizontally as the grass. With a verticutter, you are literally, the blades, instead of being oriented like this, they are oriented vertically. So they are literally vertically cutting the turf. So if you want to see what a verticutter looks like, I can show you. If we go over to Owlet's website, let's see here. If we go look at let's look at their professional mowers, and if we look at the powered verticutter, this is what a verticutter looks like, right? So you see, you got blades, and they're oriented up and down. This is what you use to vertically cut, to cut the turf. So yeah, it's a great piece of equipment. I love mine. It does an awesome job thinning out the turf. And that's the difference, in a nutshell, between verticutting and regular mowing. If you want to see it in action, I've got a live stream from the end of May where I show verticutting, turf raking, and then finally mowing the lawn. And I make sure I move the camera around so you guys can see all the different angles. You can see how the lawn changes from just verticutting, and then how it changes after I turf rake it, and then how it changes finally after I mow it. So it's a pretty long live stream, but I think you'll get some enjoyment out of it if you like watching stuff related to lawn care, which this channel is all about, right? So I will find it really quick, and there you go. This is it. Found it. So this link, Harper's Knitter, is at Harper's Knitter. This will get you all set up, all squared away as far as being able to see a verticutter in action. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. See, you have to go look it up now. I showed you exactly what it looks like, and you can actually see it live and direct. You can see it working live if you want to. Next up is Phyllis. She says, happy Friday, y'all. Get those likes up. After you apply granular Miramichi green lawn biostimulants, how long should you wait before bagging the mowed grass? Thanks for all you do weekly. Excellent question, Phyllis. I really like that. So what I would do is make sure that you've either watered, you actually run irrigation, or you've received some kind of rainfall to help that prill, like say Essential G, I think is what you're talking about, to help that prill get down into the soil. Because what you don't want to do is go apply Essential G and then the very next day go mow the lawn, and then you're basically sucking up a lot of the stuff that you just put down on the lawn. So I would either make sure you run an irrigation cycle or let there be some rainfall after applying the granular biostimulant before mowing and catching your clippings. Now, if you're not bagging your clippings and you're just mowing, you can mow the next day and it's no big deal, right? Because anything that you mow is going to stay in the lawn. Any clippings that you cut are going to stay in the lawn. There's no issue there. But if you are bagging your clippings, you are going to want to give it, you're going to want to make sure that an irrigation cycle is run or there is some rainfall prior to you resuming your mowing, where you're catching your clippings. So good question. That's a good one, Phyllis. I have not been asked that one before, and that is a good one. I like where your mind is. You're like, hey, I'm spending a lot of money on this granular biostimulant. I don't want to be sucking it all up and basically throwing out money whenever I mow the lawn. How long do I need to wait? Now you know. It's a good question. Literally give it like run an irrigation cycle. I mean, let's see, if you don't water and you don't and you're not getting rainfall, if you waited, I mean, you're not going to do this. If you waited a week, because there is some moisture that gets in the lawn every day from dew, like that might help move the prill down a little bit. I mean, the best answer is water your lawn or wait for it to rain and then resume bagging your clippings afterwards. I'm trying to think if there's a way you could get around not doing that. And really, to minimize the amount that gets picked up, you're going to want to water it in. So hope that helps. All right, so we have a super chat. Let me get down here and grab that really quick. This one is from Michael Fetty. Thank you so much, Michael.
Chat received.
He says, hey, Ron, what are your thoughts on verticutting versus aerating? I returned that Greenworks small dethatcher and thinking about the Ryobi battery-powered one with a verticutter. So they're different things altogether. So verticutting, the goal of verticutting is to thin out the turf, is to take the runners, like the stolons, the runners that run across the surface of the lawn, to cut those and to help encourage new growth. So you thin out the lawn and you encourage new growth from verticutting. It's something that happens above the surface. Aeration is a means of relieving compaction in the lawn. It's a way of opening up voids. Pretty much when you run an aerator, you're pulling plugs out of the soil profile that if you decide you want to then water, put down fertilizer, put down like granular biostimulants, you're fast tracking those nutrients into the soil. And one of the biggest reasons why people aerate is to relieve compaction. Because if you think about it, if you think about your soil as like a cake, right? Think of it like almost as like a cake, right? If you have a baked cake, like there's not a whole lot of room for like the cake to move around in a pan unless you then like if you now take like a cookie cutter and you take plugs out, like you take plugs like different chunks of cake out, kind of like what an aerator does. Now it's relaxed, like it's more malleable. Like if you want to move the cake around, or if you want to to push to be able to push on it, it's easier to do that. So by aerating, you're opening up voids in the soil that allows a compacted lawn. It gives it an area to relax into, to move into. So it's a great way to relieve compaction. And again, it's another benefit of it is that it allows air, water, and nutrients to get into the soil faster and easier than if you don't core aerate. If you want to see a bit more about it, there is a blog post on core aeration from earlier this year. I think it's on page 2. It might have even already moved to page 3 at this point. Yep, this one right here. How to core aerate your lawn. Talks about the benefits of core aeration, the tools you're going to need, some tips and tricks for getting a great result. A video on core aeration answers the question whether you should pick up cores or not. Like all that is in this blog post, and it's not that long of a read. You can get through it fairly quickly. So I will. I'll share this with you as well, Michael. My thoughts on verticutting versus aerating is not. It really shouldn't be an aeration versus verticutting. They are completely different. It's like almost like the question you're asking would be along the lines of saying, what are your thoughts on mowing versus edging your lawn? Like you need both of them. They both do different things. They both serve different tasks. Verticutting is not a substitute for aeration, and aeration is not a substitute for verticutting. They solve different problems. And if you want to learn more about your core aeration, then check this out. Check out this blog post here. That is, we'll get that out, get y'all squared away. All right. And again, for Scott, thank you so much, Scott, for the very first super chat. I saw this is the first time you sent one. I really, really do appreciate all the love and support. Really, really do appreciate it. And if you have, again, any other questions, Michael, let me know. But I just saw here down here that Scott from Ian Gallagher just gave his first super chat. So thank you so much for that, Ian. I'm thinking about another Gallagher named Scott. So thanks so much, Ian.
Super chat received.
Thanks for all the love and support. I appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. It really does mean a lot. All right, so now let me find out where I left off, and we shall resume with the questions. Let's see here. It was after Phyllis. All right, next up is Hayes 104. He says, we had a dry spell here in Georgia for a bit, making watering hard to penetrate the soil. I have heard of using baby shampoo diluted with water in the sprayer to help loosen the soil. Thoughts? Yeah, it can help. It can help. There's no negative really to doing that. If you do that, Hayes, you want to use one that is not bacterial. You don't want to use an antibacterial baby soap for doing that. So yes, that what you're saying, it is a thing. You can do that. I have not. I want to say I have done it in the past on my lawn, but I've only done it on areas where I had some localized dry spots. So even though my lawn looks really flat, along the edges, like between Alex and myself, and on the back of the lawn where the neighbor's fence is, like it actually slopes up a little bit there because it's kind of a rule you can't have water from your lawn running into another lawn. So it's it almost forms like a little bit of a bowl to run to draw the water away from going in my neighbor's lawn. So as far as areas of the lawn that tend to dry out faster than other parts, those areas tend to be a thing, right? So in the past, I have taken like a 5-gallon bucket of water, put a few ounces of baby shampoo in it. You can also use Dawn as well too if you want to do it. It also works well with a 5-gallon bucket of water, and then pour that in that section. It does help that area, recover from the stress of heat. I've not had to do that for years. I use a moisture manager now on my lawn, and since doing that, I really don't have to do what you're describing on my lawn. Again, I haven't done that in years, Hayes. The extent I'll do as far as any kind of spot watering is just this one little, it's like an 8-foot area between Alex's lawn and my lawn, where I'll go out there with a 5-gallon bucket of water, and I'll water that every now and then. But outside of having to go through the point of actually putting in, adding essentially either Dawn or baby shampoo, like what you're talking about, I haven't had to do that in a number of years. So, but yes, it is a thing, and if you do it, make sure whatever you use is not the antibacterial version. Okay, next up is Nathan D. Nathan D is in the house. He says, is it okay to apply liquid fungicide products, then still do a granular insecticide in the summer here in Tennessee? Yes, Nathan, no issues with that at all. I mean, they're different. They serve different purposes. Just make sure you're applying them at the correct rate. So if you're liquid fungicide, make sure you're applying it at the correct rates per the label. And if you're using a granular insecticide, ensure that you are applying it at the correct rates, using the correct spreader calibration, and you're good to go. Like you could actually, good example, like say, for example, acelepryn, which is an insecticide, and Pillar SC, which is liquid fungicide. So you got two products, fungicide and a insecticide. You could actually mix both of the. You could mix these and spray them at the same time. So you could put them both in the tank, in the same tank, and spray them at the same time if you wanted to. There'd be no issue with doing that. In your case, you're going a slightly different route in that you are you're doing a liquid for the fungicide and a granular for the insecticide. But in my case, if I were going to put out like an insecticide and a fungicide at the same time, if I had a need to do that, I would take Pillar and acelepryn and put them in the tank at the same time and spray them at the same time, because they both need to get in the soil to work. In both cases, you're going to want to use a flood jet tip, or a larger droplet spray tip. So it's a perfect example of where using both those and spraying them at the same time would work very well. So great question. All right, next up is Cornell Worthy. He says, good evening, everyone. First time listening in, loving it. Awesome. Love to hear that, Cornell. Thanks that you're getting some value out of it. I know it's the first time. Tonight was a little bit different in that we had a guest on. Normally it's just me. So if you really like the guest format, that only happens a few times throughout the year. So hopefully I can still keep it entertaining for you, when there's not a guest on the show. But yeah, I appreciate you coming to hang out. Welcome. Always like having new viewers. So hopefully, you're getting a good return on your time by watching the live stream. Next up is Hayes 104. He says, also thoughts on using DEF fuel additive in a backpack sprayer. Saw it on YouTube. I personally would not. I mean, so it is considered to be a source of nitrogen, But if you think about what goes into like a proper fertilizer that's designed for use on turf grass, like you take like the 901C, right? Or Turfplex. Like it's not just nitrogen, right? It's you take like 901C, for example, you got nitrogen, you got potassium, you've got a blend of micronutrients, all of which work together to enhance the quality of your turf grass. You take Turfplex, you got again nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. You got a bit of micronutrient in it. So as far as a fertilizer for your lawn, I would use a fertilizer that's actually designed to be used on turf grass. I would not use diesel exhaust fluid on my lawn. I know there's people that want that say to do that. Can you technically do it? Yes, but it's more of a gimmick type thing. I personally wouldn't do it. I would use something that's actually designed for turf grass to spray on my lawn. I wouldn't mess with DEF on my lawn personally, because again, it's just nitrogen. It doesn't have any of the other benefits that a proper fertilizer that's formulated for use on turf grass is going to have. All right, so next up is Show Ellis. He says, hey Ron, I'm here in Florida and I found out my grass is Bahia / St. Augustine and Zoysia. Wow, that's a blend. Now I have different types of lilacs and other weeds in my lawns. Any suggestions? Ooh, I mean, what are you trying? It depends on what you're trying to control. So, the problem is the Bahia grass, because one of my favorite herbicides to use on warm season turf, Celsius, you can't use it on Bahia grass. It'll injure it. It'll damage your Bahia grass line. It works good on St. Augustine and on Zoysia, but you can't really use it on Bahia grass. So it depends on what weeds you're trying to control, Show Ellis. I mean, you may have to look into like a three-way, something like Triad. That could work, but you also got to be careful, because as far as the temperatures that you can spray that product, it really needs to be like 85 degrees or less, unless you're willing to tolerate a bit of injury in your lawn. So I'll show you here really quick. If we go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, you go to shop and you go to weed killer. So this you can't use on your Bahia grass. You can use it on the other parts of your lawn that are Zoysia and St. Augustine. Certainty is an excellent herbicide that can be used on Bahia, St. Augustine, and Zoysia, but this is really for sedges and for Poanua. It's a great, and does some other weeds too. I think it'll do Johnson. I think it'll also do Johnson grass. Let me check here on the label. I believe that's correct. Yeah, it'll also do Johnson grass as well. So it's a great all-around herbicide, more of a specialty type herbicide that you can use on your blend of grasses. But in your case, something like this Triad should work. I'm trying to think if it'll work well on all these. I don't know if you can put Triad on St. Augustine. That's a good question. Oh, let's look at the label and see. Let's see here. Yeah, you can't use it on St. Augustine. I actually already read the label for this. No, so you can't use Triad on that. Huh. That's a tough one. That's a tough one, Show. If the thing one is depending on the weeds that you're trying to control, that will determine what herbicides are options. If it's all even parts of Bahia, St. Augustine, and Zoysia, that's going to be pretty challenging, man. Do you really like the Bahia grass? Like I guess how much of it is Bahia, how much of it is Zoysia, and how much of it is St. Augustine? If it's mostly St. Augustine and mostly Zoysia with a sprinkling of Bahia grass, I might try and get rid of the Bahia grass and just have St. Augustine and Zoysia. That might be the route that I would go, and Celsius would be the way for doing that. Because I'm trying to think of what you could use. On all three of those as like broadleaf control, and nothing is coming to mind off the top of my head. I don't know. I'll have to look into that one, Show. I may have to revisit this and get you an answer. So if you want me to look into that and get an answer for you, my email address is ron@golfcourselawn.com. It's on the wrong side tonight because I'm on the wrong page. But yeah, ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you want to send me an email and say, hey, this is Show Ellis from the live stream. I have like the hard problem, the Bahia, St. Augustine, Zoysia lawn. What can I use for controlling weeds? And what you also need to let me know is what are all the weeds you're trying to control in your lawn, because that's important in knowing what herbicide would be is going to be the best fit. If we just get rid of that Bahia grass, then a world of then like Celsius and Certainty are your jam. The only thing that I know of off the top of my head that will work on all three of those and not injure any of them is Certainty, but that is really for sedge control. So Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but if you want, I'll look into it and see what we can come up with. All right, next up is optic cyclic. Actually, first, we have a question here on from Instagram from Maxina. It says, what fertilizer would you recommend this time of year on Tiftuff Bermuda? It's healthy, just not dark green at the moment. Charlotte, North Carolina. It depends on what your soil test says, Maxina. So if you've not done a soil test, that is really the best way to know which fertilizer is the best fit for your lawn. If your soil doesn't need phosphorus, then a fertilizer like Humic Max or our Stress 12024 products, either one of those are going to be a great fit for your lawn. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, go to lawn and then fertilizer, lawn fertilizer, the first three fertilizers, the first one that's going to be listed is Humic Max, and then the third one will be the Stress 12024. The one that's in the middle, which is the 14714, contains phosphorus, and I would not want you to apply that unless you have a soil test that actually shows that you need phosphorus in your soil. So either Humic Max or the Stress, the 12024, either of those would be a good result, would produce a great result. The 12024 has a bit of iron in it, so as far as its ability to produce a little bit darker green, there is that, but either one of them will work well as far as producing a great color for your lawn. So that is what I would go with. But a soil test is really going to give you the best answer as far as what is the most correct fit for your particular soil type. And we do carry these on the golf course lawn store. If you go to the shop and then soil test kits, you'll be able to find the my soil test kits that we carry there. So hope that helps, and let me know how you get on as far as which fertilizer you end up deciding to go with. All right, next up is Optic Cyclic. He says, would you rather have rabbits in your lawn or find your dog with a baby rabbit in its mouth? Because I just found my dog with a baby rabbit in its mouth. Rabbits, I don't know. I don't know. You know what, Optic Cyclic? I've thought about a lot of different things. I've had a lot of different thought experiments over the years. That is one I've never thought of. I don't know. I don't know if I'd rather have rabbit. I'd probably don't want to have rabbits in my lawn because they go out and they leave little small droplings all over the place. And I know I'll probably get hate mail for that because everyone thinks that rabbits are super cute. And why would you ever not want to have bunny rabbits around? But they leave like small little turds in the lawn. It just looks ugly. So maybe B. Maybe the dog with the baby rabbit in its mouth. I guess without really putting a whole lot of thoughts into it, because rabbits don't really serve a whole lot of good purpose on my lawn. They make more of a mess than them helping anything. So yeah, I think given the choice between those two things, probably B. So yeah. All right, next up is Teresa Turner. She says, my grass does not hardly grow at all. I am cool season, new homeowner, and my lawn was new and nice last fall, but it snowed, had leaves, and I did nothing to maintain and mow. Any suggestions? Help. All right, so this problem you're saying started last fall. So you had some snowfall, you had a lot of leaves that fell on the lawn, I guess, through the fall season, and you didn't remove them, which likely caused problems and caused the lawn to struggle or to start off the season not doing its best, and then throughout the year just never really did well. So the thing, Teresa, is now that we're coming into the fall, is a great time to do some renovation work. So if you wanted to try and get the lawn to thicken up, you can overseed areas that are a little bit thinner. That's an area to help the lawn thicken up. If you're not fertilizing it, if you've not been feeding it, that's something you can start doing. Now we're coming up into mid-August. It's a good idea to start feeding your cool season lawn. And then mowing, believe it or not, like mowing is really important. So if you want a great looking lawn, mowing twice per week, which sounds like a lot, I know, but if you can commit to mowing your lawn twice a week, it's going to make a really big difference in the appearance of your lawn. You know what I mean? If you think about like a golf course, which most people say, like, as far as, a turf that looks really nice, like you look at it from a visual standpoint, it's just really beautiful to look at. And a residential lawn, the biggest difference between like a golf course or a professional sports field and your residential lawn is the amount of times it's mowed. Like professional turf, like whether it be a soccer field or a baseball field or a golf course, they are mowed way more frequently than a residential lawn is. So if you can go from like mowing your lawn once every 2 weeks or whatever you're doing right now to mowing it twice a week, it's going to make a big difference. Even if you go from like twice a week, once every 2 weeks to once a week, it's going to look better. But if you go from like once per week to 2 times per week, so once on the weekends and then once in the middle of the week, that's going to make a really a noticeable visual improvement in how your lawn looks. And then all the other things I've already spoken about, like overseeding it, coming up here in the next few weeks, making sure you have a good nutrient program, that you're fertilizing the lawn properly. Like those things are going to help, really give the lawn a nice color. But mowing is what really helps bring it all together. So hope that helps. I mean, if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out and let me know. If you didn't tell me if you're fertilizing at this point as yet. You didn't tell me what part of the country you're in. So there's a lot of other tips that there's more guides I could potentially add to help you even further. But as a starter, get a soil test done, feed your lawn, and then increase your mowing frequency. And those things are really going to help improve how it looks. And then obviously overseeding as well if you want to help it thicken up, because that's really more of a thing with cool season lawns. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. All right, next we have Alex Zamora. Alex Zamora says, Princess 77 and Arden 15 or no more. If you had a chance or prefer one grass seed or another, would it be Monaco or Yukon? I've never seen either of them in person to be able to tell you. I can't answer the question. I mean, I'm sure both of them look great, but as far as being able to say I prefer this one over the other one, I can't really answer that, Alex. I've never seen. I've seen pictures of it, but I've not seen Monaco in person or Yukon in person to be able to form an opinion and say which one I would rather have in my lawn. Real the Hitman says, Ron, how many blades would the real roller mower come with? Ask Lee. I'm not sure if he wants to put that out because I'm not sure if he's finalized that as yet. I'm not sure if he's finalized the, what blade count he's going to stick with, because like he said on the live stream already, there's about 10 mowers already running around, like that are being tested and being used. And some of them have different blade counts. So I think he's testing that. So as far as knowing which one he's going to launch it with, I do not. You have to reach out to him and ask him. I know what he's leaning towards, but I don't want to. That's not my place to say. So reach out to him and ask him. And if he's decided at this point, I'm sure he'll tell you. I will say it's not going to be a super high blade count like an 11 blade, like a Toro or anything like that. So I can tell you that much. All right, next up is Yamaha Hawk Gold is up next. He says, hi Ron, you're doing the organics on the front and synthetics on the back lawn. Outside of cost, what's your take, pros/cons, since you normally add organics? Is the juice really worth the squeeze? Yeah, so it really depends. So the thing with organics is that there are some people that just really want an organic product. They want, like, it means a lot to them. They want, they don't want to use any kind of synthetic products on their lawn. They want an organic option. And the Miramichi premium organic, the 444 fills that bill. So this guy, if you want strictly an organic fertilizer, then this is going to be your jam. And as a side note, something else why you asked this question, you didn't ask this, but we are now offering it in a 50-pound bag. The 45 pounds, we are running low on those. There's only a few of the 45-pound bags left. Once those are done, it's strictly going to be the 50-pound bags going forward of that. So right now you get 7,200 square feet of coverage out of the 45-pound. You will get 8,000 square feet of coverage out of the 50-pound bag. So just something to keep in mind. And I just thought of it because you asked me. Yamaha Gold. You can order either one of them now. They're both available for order. From a cost standpoint, if you want to do the math on it, the 45-pound bag is still a bit cheaper per pound than the 50-pound bag. So, because we're trying to move that, get that out there. It's the exact same product. It's just one is 45 pounds, one is 50 pounds. But yeah, to answer your question, there are some people that that really just want an organic product. You know what I mean? They want something they can use on their lawn, something they can use in their vegetable garden, something they can use, anywhere, and also not have any concern, pets or, animals that roam in their lawn. And in that case, the the premium organic is a great option. Also, from a standpoint of burning the lawn, there's practically no chance of you burning the lawn with the 444 fertilizer. It's a slow release fert. It's along the lines of Milorganite. It's not gonna, you're not gonna have issues with it burning your lawn. And because again, it's an armory listed organic product, it checks all the boxes for people that truly want an organic program. So is the juice really worth the squeeze? Yeah, it is. I mean, if you want organics, if you want an organic fertilizer, in my opinion, it really doesn't get a whole lot better than this. I mean, you've got, again, it's a balanced fertilizer. You have equal amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. You've got some humate. You've got a microbial package in this that they've added. You've got some iron in it. It's got some calcium. It's got a bit of everything. So it's an excellent all-around fertilizer if organics are really the way you want to go. Kind of like on the lines of if you asked me, right? If you said, hey, when it comes to weed killer, when it comes to herbicides, is the organic concentrate, is that a good choice versus using, say, Roundup, Quick Pro, right? Because this is like glyphosate and diaquat product that also works very fast. It's devastating against weeds. Or the organic concentrate. Like, is the organic concentrate worth the additional cost? And for someone that wants an organic product, something that's not going to build up in the soil, that is OMRI listed, yeah, I mean, for them, it checks the boxes. There are people that as soon as that became available, they couldn't wait to order it because they just really want, even though it's non-selective, they wanted a product that was organic. So if that really means something to you, then from a fertilization standpoint, the 444 is a great choice. And from a weed control standpoint, the organic concentrate is also a great option as well. So and now as far as cost difference, right? Whereas with a bag of Humic Max, right? Just take a bag of Humic Max, which is whatever it costs right now. I think it's $84.99, right? That one bag, one 45-pound bag will cover up to 15,000 square feet. Whereas with a 45-pound bag of the 444, you're getting about half that. You're getting 7,200 square feet of coverage. And that's just par for the course. If you go with organics, you're getting less coverage. With synthetics, they are more, you think of it like almost like fast food. Like you can think of like a synthetic fertilizer, it's more dense, right? It's more calorically dense. It's more nutrient dense than an organic product, but it's not organic, So just it's up to you whether it's worth it or not. I love the results I've gotten with the 444 on my front lawn. The color of the lawn looks great. It's from a standpoint of performance, I wouldn't take anything away from it. It's just a matter of, do you really want organics? Do you want something that's going to take a bit slower to work? Because it does take longer to work to see a color response versus something like Humic Max or like say the 12024. Like these guys, 5 to 7 days, you're going to see a color response, right? With the 444, it's going to be a little bit slower because it's an organic product, right? It takes a bit longer to begin working. So it depends. I mean, is it a great product? Yes. Whether it's worth it or not, it depends on what you're trying to do and whether organics are very important to you in your lawn care program. Next up is Mike. No, actually, no, it's not. Not that. Let's see here. Mike CS says, Rolex CEO just announced that Honda called him today and wants their engines on Rolex mowers. Cool. Interesting considering the upcoming Real Rollers Revolution 26 mower announcement by Lee earlier. Cool. Very, very, very nice. Very nice, man. So yeah, so I know that was a big sticking point for Lee. Is he absolutely wanted the GX 160. He wanted the Honda engine, and he's getting that. The mower is going to come with that. And the Rolex, the example that I used had the Briggs. It did have the Briggs and Stratton engine. So cool. Yeah, if they're gonna go to the Honda GX, that would be a plus. I mean, the Honda GX is I'll tell you, as far as like an engine that has never not started on the first pull, as long as I put the choke on, as long as I remember to choke it, as long as I put the choke on, it's like not even a hard pull, not like a full pull. Like, I mean, you could literally, it's like a little, when I start the True Cut up, it's like flip the switch on, choke on, and like I go like this much, like a little half-hearted pull, and it fires right up every single time from the time I bought the mower till now. It still runs the same way. It's a great engine. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Except from what I heard for a while, Honda was trying to get out of the small engine market, but it sounds like, at least for more premium products like real mowers, they are going to continue making the engines and making them available, which is great because people really like their engines. They make a great engine. KT Patriots is up next. He says, join late. Real Rollers is coming out with a new real mower. They are. You want to see a picture of it? like a silhouette. I can't show you the actual thing, but this is that's what it's going to look like. You can see the handlebars. You can see the grooved roller on the front, the Honda GX engine, and the other details are purposely hidden because he doesn't want to show all those yet. There's going to be a few tweaks here and there still to be made, but it's a great mower. You guys are going to like cutting with it. It's that front roller on it is a monster. I mean, it's like 17 pounds. It reminds me of the roller that's on my Outlet. It's just really, it's beef, thick, girthy. It's a really solid grooved roller that's on that mower. Really nice. Okay, next up is Dada. He says, "Hi Ron, how to kill Bermuda grass in a cool season lawn, bluegrass." Okay, so I would say how to control Bermuda. So there's a couple of options. You can use a product like Pylex that will control that's effective for controlling Bermuda in a cool season lawn. You can also use a herbicide from Bayer. It's called Acclaim. That also is labeled for controlling Bermuda in cool season turf. Whenever you're using Pylex, like Pylex by itself works okay against Bermuda. But if you look at the label, what they actually recommend is that you spike it, you mix it with triclopyr. So you use like Pylex and triclopyr as a means for controlling Bermuda. And if you read their label, they're talking about several rounds. So with Bermuda grass, unfortunately, it's not really a one and done when it comes to using selective herbicides. Like even Pylex, like one time is not going to get rid of it. You know what I mean? And if you use Acclaim, I don't have any direct experience with Acclaim, or have spoken to anyone that's used it to know how well it does against Bermuda grass, but I would be shocked. I highly doubt that it also is going to be a one and done type thing. It's going to be something you're just going to manage. You're going to be using these to manage and to help suppress Bermuda in your bluegrass lawn. But I would not go into it with the expectation that I'm going to go out and buy Pylex because it's an expensive herbicide. It's not cheap. I wouldn't go into it with the expectation you're going to buy Pylex, you're going to spray it once, it's going to nuke the Bermuda, and you're never going to have to worry about Bermuda again. It's going to be something you're going to continually have to manage over time. So Pylex and Acclaim are two that I would look into. Data K. So yeah, those are the ones that come to mind as far as controlling Bermuda in cool season turf. And make sure you read the labels, because in the case of Pylex, they do recommend using triclopyr along with it, mixing triclopyr with it for best results. I don't know with Acclaim if it stands by itself or if there's a recommendation of using another herbicide along with it, or if they recommend using like a methylated seed oil. Like the label is very detailed, saying if you're trying to control Bermuda grass, which is heaven help you if you're trying to get rid of Bermuda, like you make sure you're doing these things, mixing it this way at these rates to get a good result. So those are the two products that I would look into. Hope that helps, sir. Next up, we have Maxina on Instagram. It says, other than fungicide, what do you suggest for fescue at this time of year? Mow it, fertilize it, and use biostimulants. So if you're not spraying a liquid biostimulant or using a granular biostimulant, I think that's something that'll benefit the lawn. A fungicide is also something you can use. I mean, really, I would wait actually a bit later in the season before I would really be doing fungicide. I mean, you could do fungicide in like the late springtime, but then for warm season turf anyway, I'm a fan of doing fungicide more in like October, November timeframe to help prevent spring dead spot. So outside of mowing it, you should be feeding your lawn, like you should still be fertilizing it. And then you can also use granular biostimulants like Essential G and spray liquids like the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit. And outside of that, just have fun with it. Enjoy the lawn, mow, and mow some more. When you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time. You really can't, mowing is the answer, is what I would say. When in doubt, that's something you can pretty much always do on your lawn. All right, next up is Phil West. If you guys remember, so actually you guys don't remember that. So Phil West is up next. He says, so after an over application of PGR, you covered my screw up over a month ago. So here's the thing, Phil, I didn't actually use your names. I didn't want to put you out there. I didn't want to put you on blast saying, hey, Phil, like sprayed, T-Nex at 10 times the label rate. But since you're going to do that, okay, we'll talk about it. So you guys remember a month ago when I showed that lawn, I had some discoloration from T-Nex, from growth regulator being applied 10 times the rate? It was Phil. All right. He says, so you covered my screw up over a month ago on your channel. What nutrients can I use to help my Bermuda recover faster? It hasn't started growing yet. It's just going to be a time thing. You know, you should still be feeding it like you normally would. So if you are fertilizing your lawn once a month, which is what I recommend doing, so a granular once a month and a liquid twice a month. So like a granular like Humic Max on the first of the month, and then a liquid program like the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit. I'll show you really quick here. I'm talking, but why not show, right? Why talk when you can show? So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn store, go to shop, and then lawn fertilizer. For my once a month at the beginning of the month, Humic Max is what I would be using. And then for liquids, on the first, you could spray the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit. And then on the 15th, you can also spray the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit. And if you're going to be doing that, I would go with the 901C kit that has a bit of fertilizer in it. Now, normally, Phil, in addition to doing the carbon kit, I would be doing Primo Max. But in your case, we've got plenty of growth regulator in your lawn already, so we're not going to be adding any more of that. And then outside of that, it's just time, man. So keep mowing it. If you use a good quality granular fertilizer like Humic Max, and then you're spraying liquids twice per month at low rates, the turf is going to recover just fine. It's going to be just fine, but it's a waiting game at this point, because again, if memory serves, like you applied it at like 10 times the label rate, which is a lot. It's a lot more than it's supposed to go into the lawn. So it's going to take a while for it to recover and bounce back. But the thing is, you didn't kill it. Like, I'm sure like you said, it's taken a while to really begin growing and taking off again. But you didn't kill the lawn, because I believe once it happened, you reached out to me and I just said, water it, like water and water some more. Like, cause you did it. And I think within 30 minutes of spraying it, you realized your mistake. And then you just ran a very heavy irrigation cycle, which is what really helped the lawn to still keep a lot of its color. Had you not done that, it would look a lot worse than it did. So I hope that helps. Time, fertilization, mowing. That's and in your case, not a whole lot's going to come off, but mowing does help stimulate growth. It's something that I would still be doing, even though the lawn is growing very slowly due to the fact of the growth regulator over application. All right, so we got a couple of super chats. Let's run down here and grab those really quick. We got one from Ian Gallagher. What's going on, Ian? Thank you so much for the super chat, sir.
Super chat received.
He says, hey, Ron, newbie, real mower here. I hear McLean's are great for residential, but the lawn forums say the used green mowers are better. Expand. Thanks. So the McLean is not a bad real mower. Greens mowers are, to say they're better, put it this way. As far as tiers of quality of cut, right? So your push reel mower is going to be better, in my opinion, than what you're going to get out of a rotary mower. A powered reel mower in the first tier, so like your McLean's, your True Cuts, your California trimmers, are going to be, an order of magnitude better as far as the consistency of the cut, the quality of the cut, than you'll get with a push reel mower. And then a greens mower is for the guy, the gal, where like absolute best quality of cut is paramount. Like that's the thing that you care the most about. You don't really care that they are a bit more cumbersome to use on residential lawns, that transporting them is a little bit more, I won't say difficult, but it's just more involved in doing it than say like a True Cut or a trimmer or a McLean. For the person that says, I got to have the absolute best cut, then a Toro Greensmaster or a John Deere or an Outlet are very difficult to beat. So whereas like a True Cut produces a really good cut, especially if you put a groove roller on it, if you go to a greens mower, it's like another step up. It's hard. It's really hard to describe how much better the quality of cut you get from a greens mower over any mower that is not a greens mower is. It is really that good. It really is that good. But so the negatives though, they are more expensive. Even though you can buy them used, I mean, whatever forum you were on, they were talking about, you can buy them pre-owned. You can buy a pre-owned greens mower for, one that I would actually want to buy and take home for $1,000 to $2,500 for one that's lower hours in good shape. But the thing is to realize is even if you buy a greens mower at a reduced price because it's pre-owned, what you are buying is a machine that when it was brand new was 5 figures. So like right now a brand new Greensmaster, last time I priced one, was like $15,000-$16,000. So they're not cheap. You know what I'm saying? So whenever you buy parts for it, whenever you break something, the parts for it are going to be more expensive than what you will pay typically for parts for other mowers. So that's just something to keep in mind. But the thing that you can, the other side of the coin is that they really don't really break that option often, because you look at like a greens mower, they're designed to run every day for hours and hours on end on a golf course. So what we do on our home lawns, where we break them out and run them for an hour, twice a week, 3 times a week, you're not breaking a sweat. Like, you're really not gonna. I'll put you this way: like, my mower, I bought it. How many years ago? It's been 3 years. I think 3 years I'm on now. My Greens Master. And it has, when I bought it, it had 200 hours on it, and I think it just crossed 500 hours, I believe. I have to go look at it, but I think that's what it is. So as far as like over the course of 3 years, you're not really running them as hard as they are designed to be run. You know what I mean? But it's really your call. So when it comes to moving a greens mower around, or a Greens Master, there are transport wheels. So there's like these rubber wheels you have to put on, you have to slide on, and then you can move them more around, like say from the garage out to where you're going to be cutting. You take the drive wheels off. It's hard. It's not hard to do. It takes like all of like 15 seconds if you're slow, right? It's not hard to do it, but it's just another step that you don't have to worry about with a McLean or a trimmer or a True Cut. So I would say if the best cut, the best stripes are what you care about, and you're willing to put up with like a little bit extra work as far as moving them more around, and then if you have to get something repaired that it may cost a bit more than the other mowers that I talked about, then it's really tough to beat a greens mower. It really is. They are something special when it comes to the result they produce on turf grass. So yeah, that's what I would say. So McLean's, and I would not say that a greens mower are bad for residential. They're not. They're just not as easy to use as like a McLean is, but they cut way better than a McLean does, So there is that. So hopefully that helps. I'm not sure if it helps you with your dilemma of what to go with. I have a greens mower. I have an Outlet, which is not technically a greens mower, but it's in that same range, the same ilk, the same pedigree as a greens mower. And I have a True Cut, and they all cut great. As far as striping, the Outlet by far is like a stripe monster. It does the best job. If I'm looking at the absolute, if only I'm looking at it as just cut quality, my Toro with the 11 blade reel cuts the best out of all of them, because it's an 11 blade, and I believe the Outlet is like an 8 blade. I think it's an 8 blade reel on the Outlet, and the Toro is an 11 blade, and it just produces like a fine. Like, it's almost like if you look at the clippings that come out that are in the catcher after the Greens Master is done with the lawn, it's like diced. It's like it's like the grass is diced. It's not even cut. It's almost like turned into powder. That's how fine it cuts things. It's a thing of beauty. It's an absolute thing of beauty. So hope that helps. I do agree that the Greens Master or a greens mower is a better choice if cut is all you care about, but just realize it's going to cost more to maintain. If you break it, it's going to cost more to fix. And yeah, so you decide. You can get a great cut with all of them, and hopefully my little speech there was helpful. All right, and thank you so much for the super chat. All right, we got another super chat here from Gino MKL. He says,
Super chat received.
I'm getting after the weeds in my backyard, Bermuda, and I can tell the difference already. Should I follow up with another round of Celsius uncertainty, or do pre-emergent next year and wait pre-emergent next and wait till next year? It depends, Gino. So here's the thing. When it comes to using post-emergent herbicides, how I'm a fan of using them is you use post-emergent herbicides as a way to get ahead of the weeds. So if you're using Celsius uncertainty to control whatever you got going on in your lawn, and you're doing all the other stuff, so you're fertilizing well, you're mowing a lot. Again, mowing is really important. Like, you're mowing a lot in Bermuda, you're going to encourage it to thicken up, and that behaves like natural weed control. Like, you're making it more difficult when you grow a thick stand of grass for weeds to even take root, because Bermuda is one. It's become, when it comes to dense, it's harder for sunlight and heat to get down to get to the soil. It makes it harder for weeds to germinate. If they do germinate, they're competing against Bermuda, which is really hard. It's difficult to do. So you shouldn't be having to hit the lawn with post-emergent herbicides like every single month. That really shouldn't be a thing. You know what I mean? What I would say is this: you should be using pre-emergent like twice a year, spring and fall. That's how I like to do it. That does a great job like preventing most of the weeds you're going to be dealing with in your lawn. And then use post-emergent herbicides like Celsius and Certainty to control the little bit of breakthrough that you get. Even if you do pre-emergent, you're still going to likely get some spurge along like sidewalks, driveways, areas where the pre-emergent barrier is going to get disturbed because of like edging and a lot of other stuff that you're doing. So that is where you'll be doing some spot spraying with those herbicides. But if you're doing a good job with your pre-emergent, again, the spring and fall, you know, the amount of that you should have to rely on post-emergent herbicides really should be limited. You know, when it comes to pre-emergent in the fall, if your budget permits, what I would say to go with is a product called Spectacle Flow. This is for warm season grass only. Do not put this on cool season grass, but this is about as good as you can get, in my opinion anyway, as a pre-emergent for warm season grass. It has a very long residual, longer than like prodiamine or dithiopyr. It does a great job keeping poanua out of your lawn, better than prodiamine or dithiopyr do. And you know, it's a great product. So if your budget permits, Spectacle is what I would use in the fall, and then in the spring, prodiamine or dithiopyr are good options for your spring pre-emergent. If you have cool season grass, I would use dithiopyr in the springtime and use prodiamine this time of year, like in the fall. So what if you have a cool season lawn, you could do like a split up with prodiamine, like one like in late August, early September timeframe, and then again later on in the fall to help get, you know, more residual as far as controlling poanua. Because with cool season turf, once poanua starts growing in your lawn, there's not really an easy way to selectively remove POA out of a cool season lawn. So that's why like your fall pre-emergent game really needs to be on point if you have a cool season lawn, because you don't have Spectacle. You have Spectacle Flow, and you don't have Certainty to kill or to control any POA that does happen to show up, right? So you have to really, I would almost save dithiopyr for the springtime and do a couple of apps of prodiamine in the fall as your strategy for keeping POA out of your lawn if you have a cool season lawn. So hope that helps, Gino. Great question. You know, as far as Celsius and Certainty, use it as you need them, and rely on pre-emergent to do the heavy lifting. If you want to try out Spectacle, like if you can find a friend or buddy or 2 or 3 to split a bottle with, I will put a link here in the chat for you as to where you can pick that up. Here we go. I've got it right here. Yep. So right here is where you can grab it. So at Gino, this is a great option for your fall pre-emergent. I would only use Spectacle in the fall. Don't use it in the springtime. I would only use it in the fall, and in the spring, use dithiopyr or prodiamine. All right, next up is Paige Lutchman. She says, trying to super chat, but I couldn't get the payment to go. I just went through. I saw you just got one here, Paige. It just worked. Actually, and because of that, Paige, I'm going to get down here. I'm going to get yours right now. So Paige has just given our first super chat. So thank you so much, Paige.
Super chat received.
I appreciate all the love and support. I'm glad you got it all worked out and that you gave your super chat your support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. It's very much appreciated. It really does help. You know, all the mowers and other equipment that I have, you know, maintenance is not cheap, so every little bit helps out as far as keeping all the equipment running. Actually, the TrueCut's got to go in the shop. It needs to go in for some service right now. It's there's something going on where it's slipping a lot. Maybe the clutch needs adjustment or something, but yeah, every little bit helps. All right, next up we have Titan. Titan is up next. He says, "Hello, Ron. I am new to reel mowing. What is the best manual reel mower out there?" Best is relative. If you ask some people, they'll say there's one from Hudson Star that's like I think it was last time I checked, it was like a $2,000 manual push reel mower. I've not used one personally, but most people would say that is one of the better manual push reel mowers that money can buy. The one that I would say to get is the Scott's Pro. It's a 7-blade, 18-inch wide cut. It's going to be like $140, $150. And I will link that for you here in the chat if you're so interested. That's the one that I would start out with if you're going to get into reel mowing and you want a manual push reel mower. So let's see if we can find that really quick. It's a Scott's 18 blade. Yeah, 18-inch 7 blade. And it is, they call it the Pro. They put like the Pro badge on it. Where is it? They have the 16. I think it's the same thing as this guy. The Great Snow. Yeah, 18-inch, this one. There we go. Get the Pro sticker. This is the guy I'm talking about. So here, I'll put the link here for you where you can find it, Titan. So that's thing 1. So at Titan, that's where you can get the mower. And if you actually want to see it, I'll bring it up here really quick. So we can look here on the Amazonia, and that's it. So it's the Pro 18-inch 7-blade Mamma Jamma. That's what you want. That's the guy. That's the guy right there. That's the one I would go with if you want to get into real mowing on a, you know, if you just want to see if it's for you. If real mowing's for you, this is the guy that I would start with. It's a good looking mower. I mean, I used to cut my entire lawn with a 20-inch version of this, but mine was not a 7-blade. I had mine was a 5-blade. So this is even better. They made them even better. So that's what I would go with. Great mower. So appreciate the question and the super and all the love and support. And next up, you have another question here. He says, any tips on seeding your lawn when there's a lot of patches? I don't know. I mean, just seed the areas where there are, assuming you have, if you were talking about cool season turf here, you would just seed I would just seed the areas that are where you have the bare spots or that are kind of patchy. You're going to want to make sure that you thin the lawn out some. So if you can, you want to make sure there's that sunlight and heat can reach the soil. So if your grass is very thick, which it doesn't sound like it is, you would want to thin that out some because that's going to help with germination. It's going to help with the new grass seed growing. If you can, disturbing the surface a little bit, so getting like a rake and like raking the area where there's the patches are to kind of like improve soil to seed contact. That's a good thing. Watering it, lack of water is probably the biggest reason why most seeding projects fail. So make sure that you don't allow the seed to dry out until you get germination, and then just time. If you're not fertilizing, using a good balanced fertilizer to help feed the new grass is a good thing. So like I'll show you one's a good option here. It's good as a starter fertilizer. So one like this, if you go to the golf course lawn store and then go to shop and then lawn fertilizer. This guy here, the Complete 14714, this is a great starter fertilizer. It's got a bit of everything. Got some nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. It's got some micronutrients, got a bit of kelp, got some humic acid in it. It's got as the name implies, complete. It's a great option for a seeding project. So that's something that I would do as well. But then, yeah, just apply the seed and just water it and just give it time. And it will, there's no reason why you shouldn't get good germination if you do that. So yeah, Titan at, just making a note here when you ask your question. But yeah, that's the big thing, man, is don't allow it to dry out once you plant your grass seed. That'd be my big thing. Yeah. Hope that helps, sir. I appreciate you asking the question. I think you're new. I don't remember seeing your name in the live stream. If you are new, welcome. If you aren't new, then I'm sorry. I'm a jerk. I should do a better job remembering people that actually come and visit me. But yeah, that's some good tips as far as getting a good result with your seeding project. Baseman says, what will the retail on the new mower by Real Rollers be? Yes, I forgot what he said. I think he said it's going to be 22. Don't go back and watch the live stream, but I think it's like $2,200, either $2,200 or $2,300 if you pre-order it, and then it's going to be, I think, $2,700 or $2,800 after the fact. It's like a $500 difference that you get or savings you get if you pre-order it, which I believe will start September 15th, the middle of next month, and then the normal price is going to be like $2,700, $2,800 is what I believe was what he said. But again, all that could be subject to change. Don't quote me on that. Ask Lee. Ask Real Rollers. They're the ones that are making it. They just let me be the I guess have the first dibs as far as being able to talk about it and him announce it and this kind of stuff. But ask him. He's the source. It's his product. Maybe if we're really lucky, he'll let me. I'll get to do a review of one, and film it, and have some fun with it. So that will likely happen at some point. But yeah, reach out to him for any detailed questions around pricing and availability and wait times and that kind of thing. Next up is Mark Romano. Aloha. I received my groove roller yesterday. Glad I bought it. Will pre-emergent slow Bermuda from spreading? Not if you apply it at the correct rates. If you use label rates, Mark, you really shouldn't see a negative result as far as Bermuda spreading in your lawn. I started with plugs, so I still have areas to fill in. By the way, not on Maui. Yeah, glad to hear that, man. Glad to hear you're safe. Really, thoughts and prayers go out to those folks on Maui. That I think it's like the death count is like 55 people at this point that lost their lives due to that fire, which is horrible, horrible, horrible thing. You never think about like mass fire in Hawaii, which is pretty awful. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're okay. Glad that you got your grooved roller. And as long as you are applying pre-emergent at the correct rates per the label, with Bermuda grass for prodiamine, the rates are between, the upper end is 0.83. That's like the annual limit. And I think the lower end is 0.4, 0.35, 0.35 to 0.4, I believe. I have to look at the label and see, but it does have a range on there. And I want to say it's just under 0.40 is the range for prodiamine on Bermuda grass, and the higher end, the annual limit, which I'm more familiar with, is like 0.83. So just read the label. As long as you're staying within the recommended range, you shouldn't have a problem with it spreading. The thing that's going to help encourage it to spread, Mark, is once it roots in, once the plugs root in, mow it. Mowing is going to encourage the grass to spread. So I hope that helps. Zavin Carbajal is up next. He says, "Hi, Ron. Killed almost all the weeds in front and back. Thanks for the Celsius recommendation." You're very welcome. Glad you're getting a great result with it. Front lawn has about 50% Bermuda coverage. Rest is bare dirt. Seed bare spots or wait for Bermuda to spread. Plug. Your choices are wait for Bermuda to spread or plug or use plugs. So you could use a tool like this. I think I had it here, the Pro Plugger. Where is it? You can use a tool like this to help those bare spots where there's no Bermuda to fill in faster. So you can take the areas where the lawn is doing very well, pull some plugs from that, and then transfer those plugs to the areas that are lagging behind, and that will help them fill in faster. So I would either say you're either going to wait for it to just naturally spread on its own, or use plugs to help accelerate the process. I would not use grass seed, because it's unless what you've got is common Bermuda, whatever grass seed you put in is not going to match what's in your lawn, and some people don't really care about that, and some people it drives them absolutely crazy. And the thing is, once you put Bermuda in your lawn, it's incredibly difficult to get rid of. Like there's not a selective way to remove one Bermuda type from your lawn. It's not like you could get rid of like Arden 15 and only keep Tifway or vice versa. There's not really a way to do that. You know what I mean? So for those reasons, I would say go with a plugging tool if you want to help accelerate the process. And if you want to support the channel, I will give you a link to where you can pick that up on the Amazon. So right here. So hope this helps. Yeah, the Pro Plugger is what you're going to want to use as your way of seeding or accelerating Bermuda spreading on your lawn. So at Xavian, and there you go. That's for the Pro Plugger. Not that expensive. It's like $40, and it's one of those tools you're going to buy and you're going to have it around forever, and it's a handy bit of kit to have, especially if you're doing like lawn renovation type work where you've got some thin spots still in your lawn. Next up, we have Oliver. He is back with another question. He says, another question: how imperative is it to keep the axles on the Greensmaster? It's not. You can remove them. I've seen owners remove them and transport their Greensmaster from the garage directly to their yard. Will rolling the rear drum over concrete be a bad thing? It's just, it's more wear on it. I mean, the rear drum, I believe, is aluminum. It's a hard aluminum. It's thicker, but I believe it's aluminum. I don't believe it's steel. So I use the transport wheels. I use the transport wheels to take it from the garage out to where I'm going to start cutting. I do roll it over the concrete when I go from like one vanity strip to another vanity strip, but that's like, 12 feet of like rolling on concrete. For the most part, it's, when I'm moving it around on concrete, I'm using the transport wheels. So is it strictly necessary? No. There are people that take them off, like you said. The axles, that's one benefit. The axles on a Greensmaster can be unscrewed. You can and the way to know, because one of them is they're threaded. The way they're threaded is different. So the way to think about it is if you are turning to loosen them, you turn the axle towards the front of the mower. So from back to front, regardless of which side you're on, is how you loosen them. So so yeah, there are people that remove them and don't use them at all. I am not one of those people. I still have mine on my mower. So there is that. It's really your call whether or not you want to run it over concrete all the time or not. I don't. So yeah, Oliver. Next up is James. He says Toro gets here. Toro 1600 gets here tomorrow morning. Exciting for the height of cut reset. James, it's not there yet. And even though we're breaking protocol on this, we're still gonna clap it up. I'm gonna give you some dap for getting the new equipment. 1600 is a great mower. Use it in good health. I love mine. It's a great bit of kit. Let's see here on the gram. We got the backyard dad is in the house. JoJo's in the house. Frenchie JoJo, what's going on, JoJo? Hopefully you're doing well. Owen, a few others here that are in the live stream. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you guys and gals. Next up is Brian Tanner. He says, hi, Ron. What are your thoughts on Spectacle G? I know Spectacle Flow is probably much more superior product. A bag of Spectacle G is $125 at 50 pounds with a coverage of 3,000 square feet. Lawn, this would be around 3 to 4 fall season apps. I've never used the granule Spectacle product to know how well it works. I imagine it would work just fine. So yeah, I mean, if you want to try out Spectacle G, give it a go. I've never used that one to be able to comment on it. You know what I mean? In my case, Spectacle Flow is a better deal for me because if I'm just going on your numbers, I've never actually looked at the application rates of it. But if you are saying that a 50-pound bag will cover 50-pound bag will cover 3,000 square feet 3 times that, so 9,000 to 12,000 square feet of coverage is what I'm getting based on what you're saying there. That would be, I'd be using a bag per season. Whereas with Spectacle Flow, I've already given some of this away and I've still got plenty to be able to do my lawn, do Alex's lawn, do the neighbor that's next to Alex and mine. So as far as from a coverage standpoint, Spectacle Flow is a much better deal than the G product. But I have no reason to believe that the G would not work well as long as you apply it properly, you water it in, you follow the label rates. There's no reason why it should not work well. I think the reason why Spectacle Flow is so much more popular than the G is because Spectacle Flow is typically used by professional applicators because it's a great product to use in the fall on warm season turf to keep POA out of lawns and not get a bunch of callbacks. Most homeowners don't use it because it's just expensive. It's a great product. It's a really good product. There's not a whole lot better than it for controlling POA and warm season turf, and Bear knows that. So they actually not Bear. Is it Bear? Oh yeah, Bear knows that, and they charge a whole lot of money for it because there's not really any competition, so they can. So there you go. I think you should get a good result with Spectacle G, Brian. The only thing I would tell you is this. The only consideration is, make sure, I haven't seen the Spectacle G bag. I don't know if it's resealable, but you want to make sure that if you're going to be using that one bag for, 3 seasons, that you have a way to reseal it properly and that you're not going to let, any moisture get into the product. So that'd be my only concern with buying a bag of the granular and expecting it to still, to work for 3 to 4 years, because really you're only going to be using it in the fall. So there is that. Next up is Sean Fry. He says the Earthwise 7-blade with the steel roller upgrade. That is what Sean Fry is saying to go with. Now, I don't know about the steel roller upgrade, Sean, so look into that. The gentleman, so Titan, there's a steel roller upgrade that you can get for it. I'm not sure if that's on Amazon, but look and see. Or if you look on one of the Facebook groups or anywhere where people talk about real mowers, they will likely be able to point you in the right direction. Sean might be able to point you in the right direction as far as where you can get the steel roller upgrade for your Earthwise. All right, and then Mark says it's up to 63. Oh yeah, that's bad. It's not great, man. It's pretty bad that there's so much loss of life over that fire. And then Mark says, I mow every 2 days. A man after my own heart. Man after my own heart. Mowing every 2 days, I love it. I do it because I enjoy it. It's how I do some of my best thinking when I'm out in the lawn just mowing. It's how I relax and how I unwind. And just think and just get out there and mow the grass. It's lots of fun. Okay, next up is Marculus Thompson. He says, greetings, Ron. Texas, if I can get you up here. Texas is not planning to cool down below 100 until after August. We're almost halfway through August, so a few more weeks, man. You can make it. He says, would a top dressing in September be a good idea? I am not personally a fan of top dressing much past August 15th. I'm not a fan of doing that because let's just say, and I know it's not going to happen in Texas. We're saying that, right? But let's just say August ends, and in Texas, the temperatures go from like 100 degrees like crazy, and then, within a few weeks, now your average temps are like in the 70s, so where it's cooling off quite a bit. If you top dress, there is a chance that the lawn is not going to have time to grow through it between the time you do your top dressing and when temperatures begin cooling off, so the growth of the grass slows down. So it's really your call. If you want to chance it, the only advice I would give you is go light, like a quarter of an inch, and below half an inch of material is what I would be putting on the lawn. I would not go heavy because you don't want to get out there and top dress it and then summer heat temperatures go away and they begin cooling off, and now you're staring at spots in your lawn that are covered in sand. It's going to be that way until spring next year. So if you decide to do it, and I'm not telling you to do this, but if you decide to do it, I would highly recommend that you go light as far as how heavy you go on your top dressing. All right, next up is Calvin Tubbs. He says, hello, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. I put down an application of Primo Max Regulator on Thursday the 10th. When do you generally begin cutting again after application? I know I should already know this, LOL. The next day, Calvin. So if I spray Primo, I will likely spray on Sunday, and I will mow the lawn on Monday. So if I spray Primo like the day, like say today, I will mow the following day. So yeah, there's not like a whole lot of time you need to wait once it's in the plant. So the first time when I do spray Primo, I do give it 2 days before I start mowing. But once it's in the plant, I'm just like pretty much just refreshing it. I'll spray, and then the next day I'll go out and I'll mow the lawn. So hope that helps. No need to wait for an extended period of time as far as resuming mowing after spraying your lawn with Primo. Just following day, you're good to go. You're good to go. No need to have an extended wait time. All right, actually you did that at this time. Make sure it's correct. All right, so next up is Tavo M. Tavo M says, hello, Ron. I just got some Spectacle Flow. What's your application rate per 1,000 square feet in the fall? What I would say, if it's the first time you're using it, Tavo, go use a rate of, go towards the lower end. So 0.10, the range is 0.10 to just below 0.20 ounces per 1,000 square feet. I would lean more towards the 0.10 per 1,000 square foot range for your first app. That's what I would do. So if you have, what I do actually with Spectacle is I have an empty Primo bottle, and I take it and I put, like, I've got labeled in the garage, and I've got like stickers all over it, I got Spectacle written all over it, so I know what it is. And it's white, and Primo is not white, so that's another way you can know. But this much, like that much Spectacle, 0.10 right there, 0.10 of the product is what I would say to go with. You're going to get a good result, good control using that rate over 1,000 square feet. Be sure to water it after you're done, and you'll be good to go. All right, Calvin Tubbs is up next. He says, I mix PGR with biostimulant, Turfplex, and a little chelated iron. By the way, my question was skipped inadvertently. I won't hold it against my friend. Thanks for all you do. Did I skip your question, Calvin? I am sorry if I did, sir. I got your question on growth regulator, but I don't know if you have another one. Oh, I see up here. I see further up. I'm sorry. Yep. Oh, wow. I skipped a couple of you guys' questions. Goodness gracious. What's going on, Ron? I'll come back here and I'll get them really quick here. So I do see your question, Calvin. I've already answered it. So you are good to go as far as that. But I did miss TNDC07's question on prill size. Yes, so let me go back and visit that. TNDC, if you're still here, I hope you're not throwing darts at me. I apologize. So he asked a question of prill size. Can you break down the prill size of fertilizer, maybe using a blender? Your exhibit A210 and blend it like coffee to bring it to a prill size lower. Benefit, non-benefit. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Here's why. So if you look at, how can I explain this? If you look at most granular fertilizer, there's a percentage of them that is quick release and slow release, and the way that they slow down the release rate of the fertilizer is especially in like the larger, like the 210 SGN fertilizers, they tend to use coatings, right? So the nitrogen is coated, and then over time that coating wears down, and then the nitrogen releases. If you were to take the fertilizer and you put it in a blender, then there's no longer any coating, and it all becomes, the fertilizer is not going to behave the way that it's supposed to. So no, I would not blend it. Now, if you have a fertilizer like Humic Max, the blue that you see in here, little blue dots, that is their Mesa. It's like that's their name for their methylated urea product. Their slow release fertilizer. And with Mesa, it's a homogeneous prill. So what that means is it doesn't matter if it's in one piece or if you take it and you break it, you cut it in another piece, it still releases at the same rate. So it's not relying on coatings to control the release rate of the fertilizer. So, so to answer your question, no, I would not do that. Absolutely, don't take your fertilizer and put it in a blender to try and get the prill size smaller. Like, just buy a smaller SGN fertilizer. Like, if you don't like Exhibit A, buy Humic Max, or buy like the 14714 or the Stress 12024. Buy an 80 SGN or 150 SGN fertilizer. Don't take this and put it in a blender, because it's not going to perform. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. It's not going to perform the same way, because you're basically it's not going to be slow release. The slow release aspect of it is not going to behave the same way as it's designed to. And yeah, just no. Just don't. Short answer is no. Don't take your fertilizer and put it in a blender to try and get the prill smaller. Buy a smaller SGN fertilizer like Humic Max or some of the other ones that we carry on the golf course lawn store. Don't blend up your fertilizer. I would not do that. Sorry I missed your question. I did catch it, so thank Calvin for that. I went up and looked and I saw that I hadn't answered that one. So yeah, I wouldn't go that route, TNDC, mainly because the slow release aspect of the fertilizer is no longer going to be slow release if you blend it. So the fertilizers are not going to behave or perform the way that the manufacturer intended if you go out there and you sit there and you pulverize it. All right, Los says, "What's up, Ron?" Not too much, Los. Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you. And next up, man, I missed a couple of folks. We got Matt the Mailman. He says, "Hey, Ron, question. In Wisconsin, do I have to worry about doing pre-emergent in the fall or just the spring, or maybe another application after that?" I am a fan of doing pre-emergent twice per year, Matt. So I like to do it once in the fall and then once in the springtime. It's your call whether you want to do a fall pre-emergent or not. The fall pre-emergent is going to help control, cool season weeds in your lawn. So, so POA is the biggie. That's one that putting down a pre-emergent is going to help with. There's some other ones. I'm trying to think. Henbit. I list a lot of the common cool season weeds in this latest blog post as well. I've always got like 3 or 4 of them in my mind. So that's why it all runs together. So like chickweed, so chickweed, annual bluegrass, ground ivy, creeping Charlie, like those. So you prevent a lot of that stuff with pre-emergent. So I would still use pre-emergent in the spring and in the fall. That is what I do, and it's how I am able to get by with using very limited amounts of post-emergent herbicides. So if it were me, I would. Your call, but I would. And if you want to see that blog post I'm talking about, it's the pinned comment in the chat, assuming you're on YouTube. But if you're not on YouTube, I will I'll link it here for you, so you will have it. You'll have it at your disposal. So Matt the Mailman, not Matt Jackson, but Matt the Mailman is right. I keep choosing the wrong one. So there you go. That is the blog post on fall pre-emergent strategies. So hope that helps, sir. All right, so I think I filled in and got all the folks that I missed. So don't be mad at me. And if I did miss your question, know that it was not intentional. It's not a normal live stream tonight where I've been jumping up and down quite a bit, largely because I've been having to skip all the questions that were asked to Lee around the new Revolution 26 mower that they're going to be bringing out here soon. So. All right, next up is a question from JD. He says, what kind of broadcast spreader do you recommend? Excellent question. I like the Earthway 2050P. Reason being, it is a good prosumer type spreader. It's got air-filled wheels. It's built very well. And given that it is an Earthway, you're going to have calibrations for it on professional products. Like if you go look at a bag of Headway G or Celiprin G or any of the Lebanon fertilizers, you're not going to see on the label any calibration settings for, like, say, a Scott's spreader. Whereas you will see a spreader calibration for the Earthway. So I'm a big fan of Earthways. They're well built. I like the Earthway so much, JD, that whenever I got rid of my old one, I gave it to my next door neighbor, Alex. I bought another one of the exact same model. So it's an excellent spreader. I'll send you a link to one here in the chat if you want to see the one I'm talking about. But yeah, you won't regret getting an Earthway. It's a great product. The one you're going to want to get is the 2650P. So there's a couple of different ones they make, but the 2650P is the one that I have experience with. Where is it? The 2050P. There we go. There she is. Look at her in all its glory, right there. Look at it. It's so precious. Look at that. It's a great spreader. And again, I am 6'4", and I don't have any problems using this. So even if you're a little bit taller, there's no problems using the 2050P. The only advice I would give you is if you get one, make sure that, so there are two wing nuts that hold the handles in place. You're going to want to put a drop of blue Loctite on each one of those to once you lock them down. And then that's the only thing you really have to worry about. And then what else? Have a set of cotter pins nearby, because the only thing that's really a wear item on that spreader is there's a cotter pin that goes through the wheel and then through the axle that drives the mechanism that distributes whatever you have in the hopper. And once every year, every 12 to 18 months, that cotter pin will break. It's like a wear item, and you just want to have a couple of those handy to just slide a new one in there, and then away you go. So it's a great spreader. And you're not paying the price you would pay for like a Lesco or a Spiker or some of the more high end that are $400 or $500 spreaders. And this guy again checks that box that whenever you go buy a bag of Headway or any of the fertilizers that we carry, there's going to be a setting for it on the bag for this particular spreader. So I'll drop that in the chat for you, assuming I've convinced you on all the merits and the awesomeness of the Earthway 2050P. There's a link to where you can go pick one up. So JD at this time. All right, so cool. So hope that helps, sir. Great. It's a great spreader. I think you'll like it. I really like mine. Like I said, I like it so much I bought two of them. All right, next up is Grasshopper Lawn Care. He says, hey, Ron, just curious, what do you do for a living? So my day job is I work in the information security field. I mean, it's not hard to figure out. If you go look me up on YouTube, on Google, you'll find my LinkedIn profile, and you know exactly what I do and who I work for. So it's not that hard to find. But what I do is I lead a team that our job is to handle the governance aspects of the information security program for the company that I work for. So what that means is anything that we do with like audits and like incident response, anything and everything related to keeping the company's data and information and technology assets safe is the team that I lead. That's what I do. So information security in a nutshell. And in recent years, it's been more on the defensive side. In years past, I did what was called penetration testing. I actually still enjoy that kind of work. It's a lot of fun, where companies would pay me to break into their networks, or break into their environments. So you think about it. If you have, if you're Boeing, and I'm not saying any of these names that I throw out I'm not saying that I did work for them. I'm just giving examples. Let's say for Boeing or areas of the government or whoever, they want to have the security of their environment checked or exercised before, you know, some hacker from some nation state actor tries to break it and try and steal secrets, right? So companies do the same thing. If they have intellectual property that they want to protect, they will pay companies. It's actually a pretty big industry to do what's called penetration testing, where you pay basically a hacker to break into your environment to try and do exactly what a bad guy would do, and then based on on how far they're able to go, you can then remediate the flaws. You can put controls around it. You can re-architect the environment. You can do all these things to help make yourself less of a target, or make yourself a harder target than someone else. So I'm a tech guy, and with largely with largely a focus on information security. That is what I do for my day job. All right, next up is Blip Bop Ride. He says, if I need sulfur and I also want to level clay soil, any reason I can't just mix water and gypsum for leveling? You could, but I mean, it's not. First of all, gypsum is not great for leveling. If you want to level a lawn, you want to use something that's not going to break down quite as quickly. So sand is really what you want. You're going to want to you want to have sand as a component of your leveling mix. Not saying you can't mix some gypsum in there if you wanted to, or some sulfate in there if you wanted to. But I mean, you really want to have sand as the foundation if your goal is to level the lawn. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't. Yeah, gypsum and water would not make the best medium for doing leveling work. You said not water and gypsum, sand and gypsum. Yeah, you could do that. Or sand and gypsum, sand and a sulfate or a sulfur. You could do that. I mean, it would take a lot of it. I mean, and the more I think about it, here's the thing. I would just level your lawn with sand. Sand and compost blend is what I'm a big fan of. And then if you need to adjust your pH using a sulfur, then apply that separately. Like, it seems like a lot of work to me to go get, like, you know, several yards of sand and then go through all the headache of mixing sulfur or sulfate in with it and then putting that down. It'd be easier to apply the sulfate and then do your top dressing afterwards and call it good. That is what I would do. I would not go through the extra headaches, because I'm trying to think, you don't really gain anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like if you mix the sulfate with the sand, it's not like you're really gaining a better result than you would gain if you did your application of whatever product you happen to use to do your pH adjustment and then did your leveling on top of that. You know what I mean? So I personally wouldn't, because the juice is not worth the squeeze in my mind. If I'm understanding your question correctly, it's a lot of extra work for no real upside. All right, next up is Stephen Thompson. He says, going to catch the replay, finish up spring some greens plus and hand watering in a few spots. Got my mowing right before that. I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Stephen. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, you can always catch the replay. It will be live once the show is over. Stefan707 says, just bought the Scott's Pro. Thanks, brother. You know what? We got to clap it up. Congrats on the equipment. Nice. I like it. Congrats. Always like people getting new equipment. It's always fun. And Mark Romano, you know what? You're absolutely right, Mark. That's another thing I did not consider. Putting fertilizer in the blender can cause a divorce. It's another point. I mean, I assumed that when he said a blender, he was going to use a dedicated blender to do this, but at any rate, I'd recommend against it. Don't do it. You're going to ruin your fertilizer if you do that. Don't blend your fertilizer to get your prill smaller. Go to the golf course lawn store, visit the lawn fertilizer section, and choose Humic Max or any of the other Lebanon turf fertilizers, and you're good to go. Don't run your fertilizer through a blender. Would not do that. And Grasshopper Lawn Care says, thanks. I figured you had something to do with IT. Yep, I do. Yep, which is kind of helpful. Which is helpful. It makes a lot of this stuff easier, because it's different, but it's easy. It's easy. It's technology. So that kind of stuff has always made sense to me. Technology's been the one thing that I've always been pretty good at. So there you go. Devin is up next. He says, way late tonight. What's up, Ron? Gonna have to rewatch the live tomorrow. You are, man. So there's a new reel mower being announced. Real Rollers is putting out a new mower. I think they called it the Revolution 26. I can show you a silhouette of it. I can't show you the actual mower, but that is what it looks like there. Grooved roller on the front, 26-inch width cut. and I have mowed with it, and it does cut quite well. The front roller, Devin, is like 17 pounds. It's thick. It's a big one. So the mower settles on the turf really nicely. Doesn't pop up or anything. It settles in really nice on the turf. It produces a great cut. Can't wait to see when it becomes generally available. Again, there's already like 10 units out there already that are out in the wild that are being tested and that are being used. But as far as like the final production one that everyone's going to get to play with, it's going to be pretty cool to see that when that actually happens. All right. Next up, we have Shane Hildebrand. He says, running into a problem of spreading settings. Now I have a Brinkley 36 and now looking to put an Earthway hopper on the frame this winter for that reason. I use a pull behind because of the yard. I wish I could be of more help for you on that one, Shane. I'm not sure about, what the question is, but yeah, I'm not. It sounds like an interesting project, but I'm not sure what you're asking as far as what you're trying to do. And then Paige says, missed my question from earlier. I think I answered it, didn't I, Paige? You asked a question about something, and I went up and I got it. I did get it. Let me see here. You gave me a super chat. You did do that. And then earlier you asked a question. You said something about you had a problem with the payment. Oh, yeah, you did ask a question earlier. My bad. Sorry. All right. So your question is here. It says, hello, Paige from Jacksonville, Florida. Stumbled upon your site and watched a few Fridays. I am a newbie to lawn care. A lot of work, but peaceful and pleasing. I'm cutting every 3 days, St. Augustine, but I want Bermuda. Nice, very cool. So think, Paige, you need to be careful because I know in Florida there's a lot of places where they don't allow you to have Bermuda grass. Like Bermuda, I don't understand it, but there's parts of Florida where Bermuda is considered to be a weed. Don't understand why, but whatever. If you're trying to get rid of St. Augustine and go to Bermuda, like that is an easier problem than trying to get rid of Bermuda in St. Augustine grass. So yeah, but I mean, yeah, you're mowing every 3 days. That's good. I mean, I like that. I mean, that fits that checks the mark of twice per week. And if you keep up with that, your lawn should look pretty good. You never know. I mean, you think about it, if you are able to cut it 3 times, twice per week or cut every 3 days, I mean, St. Augustine could look really good. If you look at like Alan's lawn, like Alan Haynes' lawn, his St. Augustine looks really nice. If you see the Real Rollers Turf Park, like they have a Zoysia that in many ways looks like a fine bladed St. Augustine grass. And it looks, I couldn't hate on it. It looks actually really good. It doesn't stripe as well as Bermuda does, but it's from an appearance standpoint, great looking grass. So I would make sure, first of all, that you can even switch from St. Augustine to Bermuda where you live in Florida. And then just realize it's a lot of work. Like what you're talking about doing is you're gonna have to kill off your existing lawn and then bring sod in. And then the St. Augustine you're not likely to get rid of it all in one go. So that means you're going to be spraying like a selective herbicide like quinclorac over and over to get the St. Augustine under control. So it's going to be a process. It's not going to be like, you're going to just Thanos snap. You're not going to go like, okay, St. Augustine gone, Bermuda in, and away we go. It's going to be a process to do that. But if you decide to do it, I mean, I personally do like Bermuda more than I like St. Augustine, but just realize it's not as easy as you might be thinking it's going to be. It's going to be a process to pull something like that off. If that was your comment or question, I got it, and I apologize for missing it earlier. Did not do it intentionally. If there's something else that I missed, let me know and I'll go look for it. But I think that's what I missed from you. And then Lord Hog says, Black Hat, Ron. Yeah, I haven't been a Black Hat in years, man. There was a period there when I was doing pen testing every year. I was at Black Hat, and I think the last time I went was 2018 or 2019. I think 2018 is when the last time I went. I used to go there every year. I have a lot of more than anything else. It was a great time just to go see friends from all over the world because like hackers from all over the world, all dropping into Vegas, and it's a great time. It's a lot of fun, because Black Hat and the DEF CON is right after Black Hat, which is really, of the two conferences, like Black Hat is more corporate, DEF CON is like really more grassroots, information security, like hacking type stuff. It's more like whenever people think of like, oh, a bunch of group of hackers around, DEF CON is really more what they think about is, or better resembles that than what Black Hat does. But Black Hat, they have the, all the vendor booths. You get a lot of free t-shirts and lots of cool swag. So Black Hat, I think, is better for swag. DEF CON is better for like networking. Just the talks that are there, I think, are a bit cooler, a bit more hardcore. I like DEF CON. All right, next we have Falcon Pilot. He says, "Hey Ron, been here all night. Ordered my soil test kit from you yesterday. Excited to see what it says and get the appropriate products." Nice, awesome, man. Congrats on getting your soil test. It's literally one of the best investments you can make in an amazing lawn. So great job on getting that done. And if you have any questions about it once you get your results, feel free to reach out to me. My email address is ron@gulfcoastlawn.com. I will do my best to help you out and give you some recommendations on how you can improve your lawn. So great stuff. Stefan says, "Is the Earthway 2050P able to spread sand?" No, it is not. I would not use it for putting sand out. I have mixed seed with sand and done that, but I would not use it for. I guess what I'm getting to is you're asking if you can use it for top dressing, and I would not use it for that purpose. I wouldn't use it for that purpose at all, Stefan. Even if you could, it wouldn't be great at it because it throws stuff so wide. It's not it wouldn't put it down heavy enough. You know what I mean? So to answer is no, I wouldn't do that. It's not designed for putting out sand. You really want to use it for granular products or prill products. Like even like carbonized PN, you can't use the Earthway to put that down. Not currently anyway. Harper's Knitter is up next. She says, "I have mowed and raked my yard, put down humichar and watering now. Took a shower and you are still here. I love your commitment, dedication to the average homeowner. You are fabulous. Love it." Yeah, I mean, I figured you guys, here's the thing. You guys took your time to come out and hang out on a Friday night to come, some of you guys are just here just for entertainment, just to see the antics and everything that goes on. But some of you genuinely just want help with your lawn. So if you're going to take the time to come out and on a Friday night to ask a question, at least I should stick around and do my best to answer it. You know what I mean? So it's not, who knows if it'll always be this way, but I mean, at the current rate of growth of the channel and the number of people that show up for the live stream, I'm still able to go through and answer everybody's question. So I'm gonna still do it. All right, next up is JD. He says, "If pre-emergent can prevent POA, why doesn't it prevent Kentucky bluegrass from spreading?" I love your channel. If pre-emergent can prevent, because it's not designed, because pre-emergent is designed to interrupt POA. Okay, so the reason why it prevents POA is whenever POA starts to germinate, it interrupts that process. So it's not like in other words, if POA is already in your lawn, putting down pre-emergent isn't going to do anything for it. The POA is just going to look at you and laugh and be like, haha, already here, too late. But if it's the point where it has not germinated in your lawn yet, that is where it's effective against it. You see what I'm saying? So as far as a lawn that already has Kentucky bluegrass, if you put down pre-emergent, like again, if you're applying it at the labeled rates, it shouldn't negatively impact your lawn. So in other words, pre-emergent is working against POA at a different stage in the growth cycle than it is your Kentucky bluegrass. Like your Kentucky bluegrass is already growing, it's already established, it's already living its best life, it's already there, right? So it's there, it's doing its thing. The POA is like Poanua is not yet there. So the idea behind pre-emergent is whenever POA starts to germinate, when it begins to try and grow, it's going to interrupt that process. It's going to interrupt the ability of the plant of the grass to grow roots, which effectively kills the plant, kills POA. So so in other words, you're comparing two things that aren't really the same, JD, if that makes sense. Hopefully I did a good job explaining it. Like you're talking about, it's the same product, but the effect that it has on the grass on your lawn is very different to the effect that it has on weeds or other plants that have not yet germinated. Make sense? So hopefully that helps. If not, go read the blog post. It's the pinned comment in the chat on YouTube, because in that one I go even deeper into like how pre-emergent works, like in detail as far as like how it interrupts the process, like the entire, like all that jazz in more detail. So read that. It's not a long read, and you'll know everything you wanted to know about pre-emergent as far as using it in the fall than you ever wondered. So hope that helps. And let's see. Paige says, wow, mowing every 2 days to me, St. Augustine is a weed. I tried to send a photo. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, if you want to get rid of it, you can. I mean, I'm not going to hate you for wanting to get rid of St. Augustine and go to Bermuda. I'm just saying that it's not going to be like a one and done type thing. Like I think, I'm not sure Matt Jackson is around here, but he had, I believe his lawn was St. Augustine and he went to Zoysia and he's still periodically spraying the St. Augustine that grows through with quinclorac to get rid of it, to control it. You know what I mean? So it's going to be one of these things where every now and then you're going to have your Bermuda lawn, your Bermuda lawn's be doing great. You're going to see, oh, there's some St. Augustine growing through. Time to get the quinclorac out and, you know, to spray it and knock it back. So just, it's going to be a thing that you're going to have to manage. All right, Jonathan Carmato gave a super chat. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I appreciate that.
Chat received.
And then another one from Stefan707. Thank you so much.
Received.
He says, thanks for your advice tonight. I'll keep rocking my Scott's Pro Spreader for the time being. Sounds good, Stefan. It'll work. And because the thing is also, Stefan, is that even though there aren't spreader settings for the Scott spreaders on the bag for the products that we carry, we've gone through and created spreader settings for the Scott's products. So for example, if you were to go to the golf course lawn store and go look at, say, like Humic Max, right? So go to shop and then lawn fertilizer and then go to, like, say, Humic Max. And if you go to how to use, you'll see here, this is the actual spreader settings that are on the bag. But because on here you won't find Scott's anywhere or Echo, you know, we've gone through and given you guys settings for those spreaders so that so if you have a Scott spreader, you're still good to go on using this product. So we did think about that. We got you covered, but just something to, you know, to keep in mind that if you had an Earthway, it would already be on the bag. You wouldn't have to go buy the bag and then have to go, oh, let me get on like the golf course launcher really quick and go look and see what the setting is for my particular product. It would all be on the bag, which is a time saver, right? Okay, next up is Jonathan Carmardo. He says, just found your channel, starting to do my own lawn care next year. Your effort, time, and knowledge is priming me for success next year. Awesome. Thanks. Your website and coaching is going to be my go-to. I really appreciate that, Jonathan. Yeah, man, there's tons of free content that we have between the YouTube channel and the knowledge base. And actually, I'll show it to you. So between the YouTube channel, which you already know about, and then if you go to resources, there's the blog that we try to get a piece of content out here at least once per week. So that's happening there. And then you've got the knowledge base, which is some more in-depth content. And then for someone that's brand new, we have our beginner's guide to lawn care. So feel free to check this out. It's a longer post, but it covers like a lot of what a beginner, everything I could think of that if I were starting over or a brand new person to working on my lawn, what would I want to know? It helps you define terms, choosing products. You know, it doesn't assume that you know anything about lawn care, and it you know, it doesn't talk over you like the way it's been written. It's written at a level for someone that is brand new to their lawn care program, and this is part of our knowledge base, which is completely free. Again, the way you'd access it is go to resources, knowledge base, and then a lot of the more in-depth stuff that's longer is here. But the beginner's guide is right there. And because you're brand new and I want to save you some time, I will just send you the link directly to it here in the chat. So that way you will be good to go. Jonathan Carmardo, boom, there you go. There's a guide for beginners on your lawn care program. So hope that helps. Our last question of the evening, I believe, is from Alex Zamora. He says, how often should you backlap the reel on a California trimmer? I'm new to reel mowing, trying to get an idea. Great question, Alex. Whenever the mower is not cutting paper all the way across is when you should consider backlapping it. So assuming that your reel to bed knife tolerances are correct, so you know the reel is close enough to the bed knife, you get that set up properly, then, and you should do the paper test, make sure it's cutting paper all the way across. You take a piece of printer paper, fold that in half and then test it. If it's not doing that, that is when you would want to consider backlapping the mower to restore a sharp edge, and then it should cut paper all the way across and you're good to mow your lawn while minimizing injury to your turf grass. Great question. That's a good one to end on, man. Thank you so much, Alex, for that question. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, so guys, gals, everyone that's here, thanks for coming to hang out. I really do hope you guys got some value out of the live stream tonight. You know, Lee announcing the new mower is pretty exciting. So for any of you guys that are in the market for a new mower, you know, maybe wait a few weeks to see whenever the Revolution is fully unveiled and you guys can check it out for yourself. It's another option. Like, more options when it comes to mowing your lawn are good. And I personally use the mower, and I do like it quite a bit. So I think you guys will be very impressed with it once you actually get your hands on it and get a chance to use it. There is the new blog post that is on our fall weed control guide. It is a pinned comment, and is also going to be the pinned comment in the live stream once this show is over. We are working on getting more of the collagen products back into stock. So like Nutrizolve, Turflex, we're working on getting those back in. So again, appreciate your patience on just waiting on that. But everything else is there. You know, it's a time of the season now to start thinking about your fall pre-emergent. That's all set to go. Check out our guide on that. Again, it's going to be pinned. And get your pre-emergent down. Remember, a little bit early is better than a little bit late when it comes to pre-emergent. It is a great way to keep your lawn weed free. Remember, an awesome lawn in the spring starts with your fall pre-emergent program. Have a great weekend all. Take care. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys next week. Take care.